Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. Hope everyone's ready for something a little different today. Something a little retro. And yet very timely, I think. Data X Flexagon. I know you have played a lot of Zork games. Had you played this one? Not this one. Okay. Did you play Zork Nemesis? It basically uses the same engine, but it fits the Zork vibe way better. Grand Inquisitor fits it way better. May have started it once, didn't get very far. Okay. Now you can get Zork Grand Inquisitor on GOG.com. And if you do, you can just use their installer and I'm sure it'll work fine. I actually managed to get a copy on CD-ROM. And so I am using ScummVM to play it, which is an engine that'll let you run a bunch of adventure games that might be difficult to make work in modern Windows otherwise. In fact, let's just bring up the lovely overlay, which I have made for the occasion. This is an old enough game that it's, well, it'll give the impression of being widescreen, but you'll see that it is in fact not. But then ScummVM here also conforms to classic dimensions. In fact, let's just go ahead. Yeah, ScummVM thinks it's Macintosh. Hang on a sec, actually. Let me grab the CD, because it should be Windows, but ScummVM thinks it's Macintosh. I told it was Windows, and yet it comes back to this, but it works. I tried it. Let me grab the CD and double check. Well, let's see. Some of the fonts on the packaging are certainly reminiscent of Macs. No, this is definitely a Windows 95 CD. It's a nice 2 CD set. It's in a jewel case where the middle kind of folds out. Not the hinge isn't at the spine, it's on the far side. It's got a whole nice instruction booklet. I'll just keep that around. But let's fire this up. Okay, so you can see here's our pointer, which looks familiar if you've played Zork Nemesis or Grand Inquisitor. There is stuff up at the top here, and I think at the bottom as well, and the subtitles will be in this dark area at the bottom. So they are, in fact, using the full area of a classic monitor, even if it looks widescreen in the graphics themselves. The sound effects are a little loud for me. Please let me know about the sound balance. There's going to be some loud talking at the beginning of the game, but certainly once we get underground, volume should be more consistent with what it will be throughout. We have a high install level. 3D sound is on. If you're wearing headphones, this game flexes its stereo sound a bit. Captions are on. Not quite up to modern standards with actually flagging who is speaking, but they are color-coded, which is kind of cool. Everything should be fine. We want pixel doubling. Let's set this. I think there are maybe some movies that might switch or do line skip if we don't tell it to, but I'm not sure. And we can set the rotation speed of the panoramic movement as we need to. So that's an options screen. And I will also draw your attention to the channel point rewards, where there should be an option to kill the adventurer. In the grand tradition of Zork, there are many ways to die. They are all uniquely scripted. And of course, as we progress through the game, it will be impossible to die in particular ways as we solve things. So anyone who's got channel points to spend, that's one you can throw them at. And a massive thank you to one Thron527, who posted a walkthrough of this game at lparchive.org. I didn't need it to know how to solve the puzzles, but because they cataloged every death, it meant I could make a quick and easy checklist. So their walkthrough is in fact very entertaining. They narrate the whole thing. It's great. So, but let's get on in there. Slight warning for volume, cause it starts loud.
Propaganda on parade. Brought to you by Probaz Electric, makers of the Probaz Electric Totemizer. Probaz Electric, we bring bad things to light. 34th of February, 1067 G.U.E, Eastland. Fort Foozle liberated, empire freed from tyranny of magic. Gone are the days of turning castles into fudge, and eggs into ripe guano. Gone are the grues and granola, the flatheads and the foolishness. Today the magic wars are over.
Shun magic and shun the appearance of magic. Shun everything and then shun shunning.
So said the Grand Inquisitor from atop Flathead Mesa, where the grateful masses throng to welcome Inquisition troops to newly occupied Fort Foozle. The third Dungeon Master has accepted the Inquisitor's generous offer of a permanent vacation. Today, the Dungeon Master read a brief but impassioned statement in support of the transitional Inquisition government. Rumors that the Dungeon Master is leading a so-called magic resistance are entirely false. In other news, the standoff at the Enchanters Guild ended peacefully last week when the Enchanters were freed from themselves by carrying Inquisition troops. Concerned citizens everywhere search high and low for hidden scrolls and magic contraband, voluntarily purging themselves of the worst excesses of the magic revolution. And finally, at tomorrow's ceremony, the Grand Inquisitor is expected to announce a radical new mind-numbing technology that will implement his visionary One Point of Light program.
Never forget who is the boss of you. Me! I am the boss of you! I am the boss of you! I am the boss of you! I am the boss of you!
Curfew will begin in 1 second. Curfew! Curfew has begun. Curfew began 1 second ago. Curfew began 5 seconds ago. Curfew began 10 seconds ago.
Well, that's a little on the nose, isn't it? How's the volume? It's a little loud for me. I'm going to turn down the volume as it is in my ears. Let me know.
What are the 1,200 steps to self-containment in the post-magical age? Obey, conform, abstain, ignore, deny, repress, restrain, bridle, curb, reduce, repeat, inform.
Decent for
shun,
you? Okay.
Tell us everything. Avoid flirtation, avoid libation, floss regularly, save often, walk briskly, get lively, think happy thoughts.
All right, we're going to be contending with that loudspeaker for a while. We got Port Foozle off that way, and we've got Elsewhere off the other way. Port Foozle is glowing like we ought to go there, so of course I don't want to go there first. Where else can we go?
The Perils of Magic exhibit at the Inquisition headquarters has been closed temporarily. However, the totemized daily billboard is functioning correctly.
Well, that's a relief. Before we do anything, actually. Let's heed their advice and save the game. What happens if we go this way? All right, now this is a location, and in fact, that swooping intro sequence is also a reference to Zork Nemesis.
In a world where justice is spellbound, in a time when magic is gone awry, one man will have the power to change and the will to lead the Magic Inquisition. Brought to you by Robot's Adventure Works, the arcade, a subsidiary of Robot's Electric. This motion picture is a melodramatization of actual events. Many actual wizards were harmed in making this.
Alright, the Magic Inquisition, Port Foozle is an occupied Inquisition township. Magic has been exterminated. A strict curfew of sundown is observed at all times. The underground empire has been sealed. Violators will be totemized. A very bad thing. Registered trademark of Robot's Electric Inc. Have a nice day. And the number of people totemized is rising.
All Foozle households must be equipped with a standard Inquisition loudspeaker. As per standard Inquisition requirements, blaring standard Inquisition propaganda at all times, which is standard. Failure to comply will result in standard Inquisition consequences, which is to say, you will be totemized.
Okay then. Well, this looks ominous. We have a rope. Oh, right-click for our inventory. We have a rope. We can look at it. This thing. It's a rope. Robot's Magic Viewer 4122E. How do we still have this? Kill the adventurer. All right. Well, I'll do that at the first opportunity then. We also have this. It's a vacuum cleaner. It might be in the manual that we are our only identity is that we're a perma-suck vacuum salesperson. So we have a vacuum with us. So this is the monastery, and anyone who's played Zork Nemesis would recognize it. And you'd recognize this canyon and that lead-up animation to come here too. We've got security cameras trained on us.
The Inquisition. What a show.
A wave of violence that makes a smashing film. Alright, Robot's Electric, restricted access. Authorized Inquisition personnel only, alright? The Inquisitor says, who is the boss of you? The Inquisitor says, me. I am the boss of you.
The township of Port Foozle is an occupied Inquisition outpost. No citizen over or under the age of 18 may appear on or in the streets after curfew is in progress. Violators of Inquisition curfew may be intimidated, incarcerated, lacerated, and/or masticated if time permits and the weather is fine. Further violators of curfew may be totemized, which is unspeakably painful and altogether irreversible, except for in certain cases, including but not limited to those at the correctly played in of this game. Further violators of curfew will be threatened with smitting, then smitten. Once smoke, further smittation, and subsequent re-smittation will commence until the smittee is deemed sufficiently smit by the smitter. Enjoy your stay in occupied Port Foozle. This message was brought to you by Robot's Electric. We are the boss of you.
Did you catch earlier that the propaganda was telling us to save often? I'm sure they'll say it again. Okay, well that was the monastery. If we go this way, there's a well that says magic forever. Our cursor lights up on this piece of wood, which means we can do something with it. We're far enough away from the loudspeaker, we don't actually hear it. So if we pick up our rope, tie it to this, and for no particular reason, no particular reason at all, we could just go down this well. Wait, in dark, you are eaten by a grue. Now what was going through your head? A pitch black cave in a Zork game. What did you think was going to happen? You have died. Your score is 5 out of a possible 1,000. This score gives you the rank of perma-suck salesperson. Well, that was obvious. Alright, well, we'll leave the rope there. All we need is a light source. Yep, 5 points probably for tying the rope to the well.
And tomorrow's ceremony at the Flathead Mesa.
Well, clearly being outside in the dark would be dangerous even if it wasn't curfew, so maybe we should head toward Port Foozle.
Fish heads! Fish heads! Get your roly-poly fish heads!
What are the 1,200 steps to self-containment in the post-magical
important message.
age? Obey, conform, abstain, ignore, deny, repress, restrain, bridle, curb, reduce, repeat, inform, shun, tell us everything, avoid flirtation, avoid libation, floss regularly, save often, walk briskly,
There it is.
get lively, think happy thoughts.
Alright. This fish, I guess it's a fish, is wanted for dealing in illegal magic contraband. Alright. Dead herring, locally caught and garlic fed. And a beer can.
Trying to steal my fish? Get your own!
Following is a paid announcement. The Grand Inquisitor rolls! This message was brought to you by Dalboz Electric. Leave the thinking to us. The Heralds of Magic exhibit at the Inquisition
we've got a
headquarters has been
variable
closed temporarily. However,
volume
the notified
loudspeaker.
daily billboard is functioning correctly.
Let's look at the buildings. Closed for curfew. Lanterns repaired. Okay. Toxic material. Do not bother waste. If waste gets angry, run away. Do not eat waste. If waste glow, alert police. Do not make waste tea. Do not use as children toys.
One man will have the power
Okay.
to change and the will to lead the Magic Inquisition. Brought to you by...
No autographs. I don't do that anymore. Now beat it. Scram.
All right, well that must be an important NPC because he's got full motion video. Disenchanter's Guild. We can't even go up to that house.
Oh, implementers. It's one of those adventurers again. Go away.
Attendant
We don't
residents of
need
Fort
any.
Foozle. By order of the Grand Inquisitor, Master of Technologies, useful and otherwise, High Lord of all that he wants and then some, leader of the campaign against all horrid sorts of magic. The evening
Can't let you
curfew
in.
is now in
Sorry.
effect.
Guess you'll have to die.
Alright, no one wants to let us in after curfew.
Oh, even if there weren't no curfew, I can't let you in. I'm completely nude.
Fair enough. Catch of the day, catch of the other day, and don't ask.
All Foozle households must be equipped with a standard Inquisition loudspeaker. As per standard Inquisition requirements, blaring standard Inquisition propaganda at all times, which is standard. Failure to comply will result in standard Inquisition consequences.
You one of them agitators, ain't you?
Notified.
We don't want none of your kind in Port Foozle. You hear?
Alright, no one likes us. The posters are also reminding us to save often.
Now cut that out, you little creep.
Aw.
In a city where anything can happen, the one thing no
Talk
one
to me,
expects
Grand
is the
Inquisitor.
only thing no one can
Marked down from
The
1500
Inquisition.
Zork mids, 1300, 300,
What a show.
1 Zork mid, or best offer. Danger highly flammable.
Who is the boss of you? Me. I am the boss of you.
Lovely.
All
Go
citizens are
away.
reminded
I
required
don't want
to
no
attend
trouble.
tomorrow's ceremony at the Flathead Mesa.
Let's see. There's this barrel. Might be useful later. Only you can prevent Foozle fires. Honorary Foozle fireman, Antheria Jack. Okay. He looks familiar.
The township of Port Foozle is an occupied Inquisition outpost. No citizen over or under the age
Chloe?
of 18 may appear on or in the streets after curfew is in progress. Violators of Inquisition curfew may be intimidated, incarcerated.
Can use this hook at the dock. Oh, it's that. It's this thing.
You wouldn't be fishing for anything in particular now, would you? Because, see, I'm a fish and you know fishing. So I gotta ask. You want a piece of me, dock boy? Or dock girl? I can't really tell. All you people look the same.
Alright, well. The fish is not friendly. Does he say anything else? I can do something with the hook, but let's just try using it again.
You're just getting your sea legs, so I'm gonna say it to you nice. Don't drag your stinking hook through my stuff, okay?
Okay then. Alright, chat. There's at least one death, which is going to become impossible pretty quickly here.
For the betterment of society.
Unless someone wants to pay me to take it.
To our most loyal citizenry.
Or if you have any ideas how I can deal with that fish, call it out in chat. Otherwise, I will plow ahead. Alright, kill the adventure. Sounds good. Let's see. Well, we don't need all these extra disposable ones. There are, in fact, 33 unique deaths in this game. And I won't repeat any, so you can go ahead and... anyone can go ahead and spend points, and I'll just spend them as we come to them. Overwrite previously saved game, sure. Alright, well, it's gonna take a few clicks.
Look, it's past curfew. You're lucky I don't turn you in just for hanging around outside my shop. Now get out of here.
That's a hint. They make you try for some of these.
Reports of a strange blue glow near the dock are grossly exaggerated. All citizens are warned to stay away under penalty of totemization.
I said cut that out. Good thing I installed that robot's electric alarm.
There's another hint.
That's it. Hey, guards, come here and take care of this fish snatcher.
Take fish. As you leave the riled fishwife, something sticks in your mind. The sword of an annoyed sentry. You were taken off to be totemized, and once thoroughly and utterly totemized, you recall the wisdom of Barble of Girth. The best place to be if there's a hubbub is somewhere else. More than just pretty words. You have been totemized. Your score is 5 out of a possible 1,000. All right, same as before. Foozle. There we go. There's the one. All right, well. We've got this loudspeaker. Suppose we turn it up a little louder.
Somebody turn that damn speaker down! I can't hear anything over that racket!
Oh, really?
Look, it's past curfew. You're lucky I don't turn you in just for hanging around outside my shop. Now get out of here! I said, cut that out! Good thing I installed that Dalboz electric alarm.
In a world where justice is spellbound, in a time when magic is
Will
gone
somebody
wrong,
turn that
one
damn...
man will have the power to
Somebody
change.
There
turn
we
that
go.
damn speaker
I don't know why
down.
that check is a little touchy.
Brought to you by Robots Adventure Works, the arcade.
So we've got a couple things now. We've got
This motion picture is
the King of Meads. 12 full ounces of it. And we've got the plastic rings that come connected to drink cans. One of those things that I hope future generations of gamers will have to look up in a wiki somewhere what it actually was, but we know all too well, don't we? We know how effective they are against fish.
God, plastic stuck around neck. I sense a long but touching death scene. Thank you, Rick, for that passing scissorfish. That mad fish strangler can have the dock. I'm out of here. Whee!
Okay. That looks promising. This guy repairs lanterns, apparently.
It's past curfew and I can't afford any trouble. Can't afford Jack. And I am Jack.
Let's see. Should be able to... Yes, you can also get to your inventory by scrolling up to the top corner there. So let's use the lantern on the door.
Holy hungus. A genuine lantern. Looks like that one I had with me when I killed that troll with my rusty knife in Great Underground Adventure 4. These things are hard to come by. Nowadays, all you get are flashlights, courtesy Dalboz Electric. Whoa! Get in here! Go ahead. Heisted a whole crate off the Inquisition. Well, I know a guy who knows a guy who heisted a whole crate off the... and I paid him. Now, where's my wrench?
We have a cigar, I guess. Which is already lit and smoldering. Okay.
Yeah, looks like this lamp has seen some action. Got a lot of carbon scoring here. Let's see if we can't just take a little...
Yeah,
What's making
auto
a
lighting.
spark like that? You smell Spence weed?
Where am I?
Let me handle this. Nobody saw you come in with that lantern. Now, don't look at me like that. I'm not a real adventurer. Just played one on TV. Couldn't find my way out of a maze if you paid me. Well, maybe if you paid me a lot. Look, this thing is magic. It's been a while, but I know it when I see it. Trust me, you don't want this lamp. Now scram!
Hey.
Forget it. I'm not giving you that lamp. It's for your own good. And, mine.
Just a reminder, all Foozle households must be equipped with a standard Inquisition loudspeaker.
Honorary
As per
Foozle
standard
fireman,
Inquisition
alright.
requirements, blaring standard Inquisition propaganda at all times, which is standard. Failure to comply will result in standard Inquisition consequences.
Well, let's
which is
see.
to say,
This would create a
you
hubbub
will
if we
be
were to burn this.
totemized.
Alright. Well,
Fire! Fire!
let's be somewhere else.
You were just supposed to smoke it.
Aha! Arrest the vandal!
Oh, what a load of yipple dung. I've been set up.
Go ahead and read him his rights.
You have no rights. Hey, you're Antheria Jack. I'm a really big fan of yours. Remember that one time when you killed that thief who stole all your stuff?
Sure, pal. Whatever you say.
That was first rate, bloody good. I smite him.
Hey!
Oh, I believe smitation would be appropriate at this juncture. Go right ahead.
Oh, I get to smite Antheria Jack. Oh, the guys at headquarters aren't going to believe this.
Well, okay then.
In a city where anything can happen, the one thing no one expects is the only thing no one can stop. The Inquisition.
Did you leave your door open? Yes, you did. Excellent. How many Easter eggs can we find in here?
What are the 1,200 steps to self-containment in the post-magical age?
Oh, hey.
Obey.
It's a text adventure.
Conform, abstain,
Deck 9.
Ignore. Deny. Repress.
This is a featureless corridor similar to every other corridor on the ship. It curves away to starboard and a gangway leads up. To port is the entrance to one of the ship's primary escape pods. The pod bulkhead is cleared.
Floss regularly. Save often. Walk briskly.
That's one of the Infocom sci-fi titles. Alright, no panorama here.
Hey, thanks for fishing me out of that crate. Don't think I could have taken another spawning season. And thanks for getting rid of that Jack guy, too. We got lots to talk about, but the introductions are gonna have to wait. Get me out of this place before anyone finds me.
Okay, well, there's nothing else for us to do here, I don't think, so we can do that. Now that we have a light source, it's safe for us to go down the well.
The underground. Much better. I'm Dalboz. Dalboz of Girth. They call me the Dungeon Master. Well, they used to, before I got stuck in this lantern. The job doesn't mean much nowadays, but I was a big deal about 100 years ago. Then magic is banished, and Yannick, the Grand Inquisitor, sprays me with Froboz's electric wizard repellent. Suddenly, I'm torn from my body, floating helplessly, and I end up trapped in this piece of junk. Which brings me to you. What's your name? Okay, I'll just call you ageless, faceless, gender-neutral, culturally ambiguous adventure person. AFGNCAAP, for short. Anyway, you gotta help me. Standard stuff, really. Save the Empire, return magic to the land, a little revenge, if time permits. I'm a bit out of sorts at the moment, but I know just the person who could help us out. The Enchantress, Ygael. She's a bit flaky, but she's one heck of a spellcaster. And she always gives you free stuff when you talk to her. Let's ring her, shall we?
I
am G.U.E, lost enchantress of the Empire. I come to you from the ethereal plains of Archery. Oh, I gotta get that. Do you mind?
I'll explain after the cutscene.
All right, let me get right to the point. This call's not cheap. The good news is there are 3 magic relics. Relics strong enough to bring magic back to the Empire. The bad news is they are lost or destroyed or something because, hello, no magic. Zip it! Take this spell book, adventurer. There is much magic hidden in the underground. If only you know how to look.
What did I tell you? A spell book. Let me give you a quick rundown. There are 3 types of magic spells. High magic is creation. Middle magic is enlightenment. Deep magic is transmutation. You pick up spells as you go along, and you write them into your spell book. We'll probably run across a few of each down here. There are spell scrolls stashed all over the underground. I just can't remember where.
All right. Well, now that people are done talking in the game, hello, Andre. Thank you for contributing to the challenge. Also, feel free to contribute to the Kill the Adventurer channel point reward. You can spend this as many times as you like. Oh, well, there are plenty of deaths. They're all uniquely scripted. You want to see these, trust me. We have in fact already skipped one because no one was paying for it, and I'm not going to keep on harping on it. So basically, this is an adventure game of the post-Mist era, 1997, Zork Grand Inquisitor. It's really the last installment in the Zork series, which is a series of, well, very classic series of mostly text adventure games, but they have a few graphics-based entries. This was the last one, and it perfectly encapsulates the kind of humor that the series is known for. Right now, we're at the bottom of a well, and you have asked to kill the adventurer. So what happens if we try to go back up from the well? Actually, first we should save the game. You should always save before doing something risky.
Oh, come on now. Look, we're safe down here. Even if you could make that climb, we'd be arrested in a matter of seconds.
Climb rope. As you emerge from the well, you are spotted by an Inquisition guard who is discreetly taking care of something behind a nearby tree. He suppresses the urge to smite you on the spot, accusing you instead of breaking curfew and, more importantly, harboring magic contraband. The lantern is destroyed and you are dragged off to be totemized. You have been totemized. Your score is 89 out of a possible 1,000. This score gives you the rank of Permasuck Regional Sales Manager. We are a Permasuck vacuum salesperson. That is our backstory. All right, well, that was fun.
That appears to be your average everyday subway token. Naturally, it's lying in a bucket at the bottom of a well. Oh, it's our very first inventory item together. I wish I had a camera.
There we go. All right, and Dalboz, the previous dungeon master, has been trapped in this lamp. You may remember might recognize his voice from an episode of Star Trek Voyager, in which he and Janeway have a very cool episode together. I believe it's called The Thaw. Here's our spellbook. Voxum. Separate the energies of different magics. That's high magic. Resrov, open locked or enchanted doors, or Igrim, turn purple things invisible. That's all we know for now. Okay. He's not a genie? No, he's the previous dungeon master who's been placed in the lamp. He certainly talks a lot. Great Underground Secret Entrance, number 38967. Wow, that's a lot of secret entrances, but I guess it's the kind of place that would have several.
The door's locked, huh? I'm not much of a hand with locks, but if you open the spell book...
Aha. We can also get to the spellbook by mousing up here.
Red Rock.
Bingo! Open sesame. A very nice piece of spellcasting, indeed.
All right.
The crossroads of the great underground highway. My old stomping grounds. Ah, for the days when I could stomp.
Nice looking.
All the must-haves for the on-the-go adventurer. Well, I'd say this applies. Go on.
Yeah, it's quite a stairway, huh? In case of adventure, break glass. Well, it's dangerous to go alone.
It's stuck.
You have a sword?
This sword appears to be of elven workmanship. Standard adventurer wear. You know the type.
Oh yeah, Dalboz will comment on our inventory items now that we have him. Let's see what he says about things.
That would be your basic little hammer.
I have to take you off. All right.
I only know 2 people who smoke that brand of cigar. Well, 1 person, actually. That guy Antheria Jack. The other one is more of a house.
Interesting.
Mead Light? What kind of a drink is that? It'd take at least twice what you've got there to do anything. Not that the wizards of this universe use or condone the use of alcohol or any mind-altering substance in any way, shape, or form.
Wow, look, a hammer. Well, yes. It's an adventure game. We're going to have a nice mixture of strange and mundane items.
Let's work through the logic. Stay with me here. Where would be a good place to use a subway token?
How would you know it's a subway token? All it's got on it is a number.
That's a permasuck machine. It'll suck onto anything, so don't go putting your mouth on it. Or anything else.
We've had that with us since the beginning. What's this?
It's a map.
Oh. Okay, we're at the crossroads. Cool. That looks familiar. We've got the Frigid River. That's a place that you'd recognize if you've played Zork games.
Ah, the elusive umbrella tree. Aptly named for its umbrella-shaped blossoms.
Okay. They're purple.
Graham.
Hey, there's a spell in one of the blossoms.
Can't get to it.
Violence never solved anything. Well, not everything. Okay, not this thing.
Okay, fine. You're gonna need some other way to get at that spell scroll. What's this?
Another vestige of the Inquisition. That tacky little souvenir is called a totem. They hold the imprisoned spirits of magical creatures. It's cheaper and easier than torture, and it's certainly much more space efficient.
What was that? I heard that. Hello, whoever you are.
It's me, Dalboz. I got chased out of my body by the Grand Inquisitor and ended up stuck in his lamp. This here's AFGNCAAP. So how'd they get to you?
Well, I was just minding my own business, hanging out in the forest near Foozle, and next thing you know, I'm cornered by a fierce posse. I mean, more of a phalanx, you would really call it. I mean, of about 100 Inquisition guards, you know? And I don't mean your average, regular, little-sized guards. I mean, these were big guys. These were monsters. It took about, 50 of them to hold me down because most...
Oh, what's this? You're a knobby little something or other, aren't you? A scrawny, scaly runt of a kitty fish.
Ooh, there's... Speak to the great dragon of the Empire with such insolence. Behold the flames of my wrath.
Oh, beg mercy, my lord. Oh.
Avert your eyes. My gaze is terrible.
I'm a dragon! Well, I'm sort of a dragon after a fashion, you know. If you dare look into my eyes, I'll turn you into, jelly!
Stone, you idiot, not jelly.
Ah, stone, right.
Unit Red, shall we send backup?
You gonna give me any trouble, runt? No, sir. Everything is under control here. Oh, dear.
Oh dear, indeed.
Tough break. So you're out of commission, huh? Well, I'm sure this kindly adventurer won't mind the extra load.
Thanks.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about the weight of things in our inventory even, which is nice. All right. Left or right? What do you think, chat? We can go either way. We're gonna go both ways eventually, but, you know. Right, okay. Great underground something. Hard to read.
Ah, the teleportation station. Fastest way to get around in the underground.
Insert map. Oh, okay. Oh, but the crossroads is the only place we know. Okay, well, that'll be useful for later. Kind of looks like a phonograph. Great underground subway.
A token, a slot. But how to put it all together without my insert token into slot spell?
Gee, I wonder.
I was just about to suggest that. The underground. It's a subway. It's a political movement. It's a subway and a political movement. Sounds like it's still operational, too.
Okay. Well, thankfully this is unlocked forever if we just paid to get in once. An advertisement. Feel the heat. Take the underground to Hades. Feel the heat and win big. Play Old Scratch. 500 Zorkmids or eternal damnation. You choose your path. Zork Lottery. Brave souls wanted.
Okay, now you want to take the red line east to the yellow line, then switch off to the, I have no idea.
This looks unusable.
There seems to be some sort of problem here. I don't think this is doing anything.
Alright, I guess we'll have to come back to this. Can we... That just takes us back here. Can stand on the platform.
Sheesh.
But I guess we can't actually request a ride. Okay. You can't get on ye subway.
This place looks sort of familiar. The rank undergrowth prevents eastward movement. Ah! Onward then! Into the foliage!
Alright.
That's my house. And this is my garden. I'm home! I'm home! I'm home!
Yay!
My gardening tools. Scroll, shovel. Shovel, scroll.
Okay, we've got a shovel. Oh, and a spell. Throck. Cause vegetation to grow. Okay. That's a good spell to use in a garden. Eggplants.
That's an eggplant. You get it? Eggplant? No? It's a snapdragon. This thing needs to take a chill pill. I don't think you would have wanted that to work anyway.
Yeah, that seems... there's bees.
Well, bees. They'd sooner saw their wings off than let it get them. Very delicate olfactory sense. Though I doubt that's helpful to you anyway.
Alright, well. Bees. Suppose we just attack them. Attack beehive with sword. Just under half a second. That's how long it takes for a thick black swarm of quell bees to storm out of the hive and over your sword. After a brief, futile, and very painful struggle, your sword falls out of your lifeless hand and clatters to the ground. With bee-like solidarity, the quell bees return to their hive. You have died. Your score is 131 out of 1,000. This gives you the rank of Luckless Adventurer. Okay then. Let's put this away.
Hey, baby. This is the Dungeon Master's home security system. You ain't getting in here, so don't even try.
I have a great home security system, but he's got some bad habits. Harry! It's me! Come on, Harry, let me in.
I don't remember the bees sound effect being so pervasive in this area.
Oh, yeah? Well, you got any ID? Me?
Do I look like I got any ID?
You look like a lamb. I don't care if you're the Dungeon Master himself. You're still not getting in here.
Now, what kind of self-respecting alarm system would let you do that?
Alright, we've got a place we could put some liquid. An ashtray? He did say that a house liked this brand of cigar.
Ah, nothing like a good story.
I suppose we could also try this.
Mead Light? What kind of a drink is that? It'd take at least twice what you've got there to do anything. Not that the wizards of this universe use or condone the use of alcohol or any mind-altering substance in any way, shape, or form.
Not enough, okay. Get away from the bees, thank you. There's this thing. Mushroom. You can't get in the house. Let's see.
Watch it! Don't get too close.
Doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, well, let's see. Where else might we go? Oh. Missed this door earlier. Okay, yeah, this is multiple branches. In magic we trust. Okay.
Red Rod.
Ooh.
Ah, my alma mater. The most prestigious spellcasting institution in all of Zork. And I was first in my class, too.
Cool. Danger, bottomless pits. Please don't throck the grass. Oh, really? Got any other warnings for us? Just those two. Alright, well, I think it's time to save. Because I have 2 adventurer deaths to redeem. Jump in bottomless pit. You plummet down the bottomless pit. And plummet. And plummet. As the years pass, you meet, mingle, and marry a similarly indisposed adventurer, have 3 children, and eventually die of old age. You have died. Your score is 140 out of a possible 1,000. This score gives you the rank of luckless adventurer. All right. Well, and if we go back to the entrance, please don't throck the grass. Really? Cast Throck on grass. Though seemingly harmless, you quickly discover why throcking the grass is expressly forbidden. The grass bursts forth from the ground with an unquenchable bloodlust. The tentacle-like blades wrap themselves around your extremities, lifting you in the air and snapping you like a piñata. You have died. Another 140 score. Okay. Well, that was instructive. What else have we got around here? Got this thing.
If you want to get in, you're going to have to pass the entrance exam. The 3 pillars. They test your aptitude for visualization, pattern recognition, and clicking.
Aha, all right. Ah, okay. Now we can go over this pit. That doesn't quite line up. That one does. Now we need a shadow that matches. There we go. Window.
G.U.E. Tech, Eastlands. Boy, this takes me back. The glory days of enchanting. I can't remember a damn thing.
All right, well, now we're inside the magic school. Welcome to anyone who's just joined us. Welcome to a classic game of the post-Mist era. Too much partying. Maybe. Well, here's a nice notice board. Let's see. G.U.E. Tech, Dean's List. Mir Yannick. Remember the name Yannick? That's the Grand Inquisitor. Z-. Oh. And Dalboz of Girth, A. Well, that makes sense. G.U.E. Tech Health Memo to all students and rat ants from the surgeon-specific subject Zork Rocks and Cola. Warning. The surgeon-specific of G.U.E. Tech has determined that eating Zork Rocks while drinking any cola-based beverage can be harmful to your health because your stomach will explode. Just like that kid whose picture is on the Zork granola boxes. That's how he died. Really. Desperately seeking tutor. All subjects pertaining to magic. Tutti has MDD, Magic Deficit Disorder, and must pass exams or be expelled. Will pay handsomely, Zorkmids or livestock. Please call Mir Yannick, extension 4570. So I guess that's why he doesn't like magic. He's just not good at it. Notice, the alarm system is down. Can everybody please try and cheer him up? Congrats to our own G.U.E. Tech Magemeisters. Thaumaturgic Decathlon champions for the 3rd year in a row. They turned the Mythican Institute of Technology, nice initials there, Enchanteers into ripe guano to capture 1st place in the Moss League. Remember, the vending machines are being restocked on Gruesday. Please be patient. There is likely to be no locker access until then, depending on how stale the candy in the machine is. Okay. That's nonsensical in exactly the right way for a Zork. Mike's pants. I think that's just an Easter egg. Let me try typing. Oh my. Yes, I typed Mike's pants, and this is what I get. Mike, Lord of the Pants. A really bad counterfeit dollar bill. A waste of a perfectly good Mike. Mike's disco pants. At sea with the pants. Mike's pants unplugged. Mike's pants gothic. Mike's hot pants. Oh, we haven't even seen this scene yet. Nor this one. There's Griff's totem. Family photo. Oh, that's the Encyclopedia for Bozica. That's what came packaged with Return to Zork. That's great. Oh, there's another totem we haven't seen yet. Zork Inquisition. Developer pictures. Okay, can I back out of here? Yes. Okay. Well, that was a nice Easter egg. Let's look around some more. I like this fountain.
Snacks. Sweet snacks. What a welcome sight to the road-weary adventurer.
We've got ice cream. Because we don't have any money. All we had was a subway token. We spent it. Change machine. We'll accept 5 Zorkmid, 10 Zorkmid, 500 Zorkmid bills. Okay. Drinks machine. Thadium-free, Diet Orange Blam, Blam Classic, Antherian Punch, and Blam Clear. Okay. Vending machine that's not very well stocked.
I think some of these were here my freshman year.
Robaz Inc. Vacuum-sealed candy machine. Okay. Still can't pay for anything yet. Trophies. Somebody's hacked that last machine. Yeah, something's broken there. There's one of these that you couldn't possibly purchase, even if there was anything there. Keep that in mind. Why are the trophies? Can we look at this? A nice crest. Oh, let's see. What is this? Infinite corridor. Oh, really?
This is an emergency magicatronic message from the Enchanter's broadcasting system. I am the wizard, Dalboz. This is probably not a test. Should a tyrannical anti-magic despot have in fact eliminated magic from the Empire, you must find the following 3 lost magic artifacts. If you find them, magic will return.
Okay, good to know. Can't go in there. It said this was
is the main hallway
corridor.
one took to go to class. I've never been down it.
This is an
you're the
emergency
same thing.
magicatronic message from the Enchanter's broadcasting system. I am the wizard, Dalboz.
It is, in fact, infinite.
This is probably not a test. Should a tyrannical anti-magic despot have in fact eliminated magic from the Empire, you must find the following 3 lost magic artifacts. If you find them, magic will return.
All right. Well, that was something. Infinite corridor. This is one of the trickier puzzles in the game. If someone were to redeem a death, it would actually provide a big hint to what's going on. Kill the adventurer. All right, let's do it. Let's see. Save. G.U.E inside. Door spell 2. Ah, okay. Yes, we could try that. Let's go ahead and save this. And yeah, let's go ahead and try Resrov.
Resrov. This is a magic university. These doors have all been Resrov-proofed.
Oh, well, guess that figures. Okay, infinite corridor. Something interesting about those letters. They're purple.
Graham.
Now it just leads into the infinite. Interesting. I'm supposed to be able to...
Graham.
Ah, yes. The infinite corridor becomes the infinite. The hallway disintegrates into the airless expanse of the cosmos. Being ever so adventurous, you take that tiny step for mankind. Ill-equipped for space travel, your head explodes. You have died. Your score is 164 out of 1,000, rank of Acolyte Spellcaster. Okay, well... that did not go well, but... that does give us a hint as to what might work.
And the hallway becomes a small way.
There we go. Now we're at a T intersection. Oh, there's lockers. Okay. Some kind of access card system. What's down here?
You must find the skull of Zork, which contains the soul of deep magic. The powerful skull has fueled wars, raised empires, toppled cities, and through it all remained quite shiny. The skull was stolen by a pack of grues near the historic White House in the year 948.
Okay. I'm going to make a note that the subtitles are broken there. Because we can fix things in post, you know. Can't go any farther that way. Is there anything else to see here? Oh, here it is.
You must find the missing cube of foundation, one of the 17 building blocks which form our existence. The cube that contains the power of middle magic was allegedly won in a game of double Fanucci by the scoundrel Antharia Jack, proprietor of a gambling hall in Port Foozle. As the sources were intoxicated in the extreme, this information has never been verified.
Antharia Jack, huh? We know who that guy is. And what's down this way?
You must find the Coconut of Quendor. It contains the magic knowledge of the Circle of Enchanters, knowledge enough to fill an entire coconut, hidden before magic was banished from the realm. It holds the power of high magic and makes, I'm told, one heck of a pina colada. The wizard Gale set sail into the great sea with it in 966 G.U.E. It was never heard from again. Search out the time tunnels. This is the sole purpose for which we built them eons ago. This has been an emergency magicatronic message from the Enchanter's broadcasting system. This has not been a test. If this had been a test, an annoying tone would have sounded. The tone would have sounded very much like this.
All right then. Well, we need some way to unlock this door, but can't do that now. Here are what seem to be lockers. Can't get in. Big fat loser dunce. This is interactable. Can't do anything with that. That... it's like a candy wrapper. This one. Still can't buy any candy. Third row, third over. Third row, third over. No locker access until the vending machines are restocked. Hello, Swan. How's it going? Welcome to a classic of the post-Myst era of adventure gaming.
As you'll notice, the university doesn't exist in our space-time. It's in a parallel dimension called the ethereal planes of Atri, which we sorcerers share with snack cakes, former child stars, and people who own ferrets.
Oh, so Avec is off the ethereal planes of Atri. Okay, good to know.
Let's dematerialize, shall we?
Not just now. That's teleportation machine again. How's it going, Swan? If you are eager to spend channel points, there are multiple things you might use them on. There's a challenge active for me to produce more kinds of satisfactory videos than I am already planning to. There is also a Kill the Adventurer redeem, because there are lots of uniquely scripted ways to die in this game.
Hey, free dirt.
Dirt? Well, I guess we could use a shovel on it. And I've played this game before, so feel free to suggest things if you're figuring things out in real time. If somehow you have played this game before and have prior knowledge, then let's not spoil things. But that's also why you got to spend channel points in order for me to kill off the player character, because otherwise I know how to avoid it. Oh, a spell. Kendall, simplify instructions. Okay, well that makes a lot of sense for being near a university, and also makes sense maybe why someone might bury it? I don't know. Well, I remember where we saw some complicated instructions.
Dematerialize, shall we?
Insert map. The only way to get to the map at this point is by using this shortcut. So, G.U.E Tech, Dungeon Master's Lair, Crossroads. All we gotta do is step away, and here we are. We already paid for the subway.
Kindle.
First,
That's
locate your
more
desired
like.
destination
Now,
using the
unless
route
I'm
map.
mistaken, all you have to do is pick the place you want to go to, wait at the edge of the platform, and assume crash position.
Crash position. Okay then. Well, chat, where should I go first? We have Flood Control Dam number 3, we have Hades, Monastery, and the Crossroads. Well, we're already at the Crossroads, so that doesn't count. Flood Control Dam number 3, okay. Okay, assume crash
I
position.
guess I should warn you. The thing about the underground is that there were a few cutbacks and then a few more. And then, well, they just never got around to installing the brakes.
Meanwhile, back at the Inquisition. Ooh.
Totemization? Good. Now, if you just be a lamb and sign this confession, it's a formality, really. You willingly agree to be eternally bound and totemized and so forth, blah, blah, blah. You violated the laws and or pointed suggestions of the Inquisition, etc., etc., etc.
No problem. Of course. Oh, look, wait. There's a mistake here on line 17C.
Be a lamb, just sign on a line.
No, really, look, here, where it's supposed to say stand in line for 3 hours and then get totemized, it says, pop the inspector one. Oh, sorry. Oh!
I'll sign for you. Pink copy's yours. Have a nice day.
Alright, well.
I'm remembering why I've always preferred teleporting. This is the stop for the famed Flood Control Dam number 3. I believe it was quite the tourist attraction in times far distant.
Yeah, seriously. Souvenir Zorkmid press. Press 1 Zorkmid into souvenir. Flood Control Dam number 3 letter opener. We don't have any Zorkmid, so that won't work. Okay.
That looks like... Yep, it's Moss of Marilon. There doesn't seem to be very much of it, though.
Not very much of it? Okay, well, we could use... rock.
Beautiful. That's plenty. That's Moss of Marilon. It grows mostly in sewer pipes and toilet bowls. Strangely enough, it makes for great eating. That's Moss of Marilon. It grows mostly in sewer pipes and toilet bowls. Strangely enough, it makes for great eating.
Got anything to say about the shovel?
That's what we Quindorians call a shovel.
Okay, that's perfectly mundane. There's a book. Golgottom. Create a bridge over a body of water. Okay. Flood Control Dam number 3, the not remotely boring tale. Flood Control Dam number 3 was constructed in year 783 of the Great Underground Empire to harness the mighty Frigid River. This work was supported by a grant of 37 million Zorkmids from your omnipotent local tyrant, Lord Dimwit Flathead the Excessive. This impressive structure is composed of 370,000 cubic feet of concrete, is 256 feet tall at the center, and 193 feet wide at the top. The lake created behind the dam has a volume of 1.7 billion cubic feet, an area of 12 million square feet, and a shoreline of 35,000 feet. Though only 4 of the 1,400 sluice doors proposed by his lordly excessiveness were ever actually constructed, these 4 doors seem to adequately regulate pressure in the dam, with the exception of one historical occasion when a lesser dam engineer, having troubles at home, fell asleep at the control panel and allowed all 4 sluices to close at once. The dam burst, the Frigid River flooded, and all power in the neighboring town of Foozle was cut off for 11 weeks. Since the underground shares one predominant irrigation system, students as far away as the Eastlands campus of G.U.E Tech were flooded for an entire semester, causing the course in Magic Potions 101 to become Magic Kayaking 101, and subsequently rendering a term's worth of cheat notes utterly useless. Okay. Oh. I got a debugger here. Error loading animation. All right, I didn't test this far. Type exit to return to the game. Or not. Well, okay, let's see what I can do about that. There we go. All right. And it's not giving us any of those. All right. Well, we'll just oh, and they're not giving me the option of using the built-in save things anymore. Okay. Well, we'll just speedrun it.
Help me. Can't breathe. Low pain threshold. I have shamed the family.
That's different. Huh. Never heard him say that. All right. Well, save again.
The Perils of Magic exhibit at the Inquisition headquarters.
So at this point, we're going to set fire to this.
Fire! Fire!
But we're not going to hide. Sounds like it's getting gradually louder.
Dumb hungus? Hide!
All radio headquarters, we've apprehended the culprit. Go ahead now and read him his rights.
You have no rights.
Wait in town square. The sentry smites your noggin in twain. The correct thing for him to do would be to bring you in for totemization, and you can be assured that Undersecretary Wardle will later issue him a written reprimand for his action. The second to last thing that goes through your mind before the sentry's sword is whether doing nothing is more foolish than doing something foolish. An interesting philosophical thought which you now have plenty of time to ponder. You have died. Score is 50 out of a possible 1,000. Okay, well, now that we've redone that, let's redo it properly.
Fire! Fire!
That's
also,
my house. And this is my garden. I'm home. I'm home. I'm home.
I need to put my... Okay, I need to put that redemption screen place that makes sense. There. Am I still showing as live even? Okay, well, thankfully we've just been catching back up with ourselves so far. Grab this. And will this work?
There it is.
Yes.
One of the crowning
Okay,
achievements
we're back.
of Lord Dimwit's Flathead.
Alright, flood control dam... Flood control dam number 3, backup panel for control of dam in case of flood. The doors are interactable somehow. There's also these buttons. Blue for those two. Yellow for both of those. Red for these two. Brown for those two. Alright, so we can't possibly have all of them open or all of them closed at the same time unless... What do you think, chat?
Now you're thinking outside the box. Snaps all around. Well, whatever. I guess a much-loved and irreplaceable 300-year-old national treasure is a small price to pay. Congratulations.
Meanwhile, back at the Inquisition...
Number 57. 57. Go on then. In you go, 57.
Wait, that's it? In you go, 57? I mean, don't you read something or, say something?
Yes, I say, in you go, 57, and you go in.
Oh. Well, it's gonna at least have a hug.
People! People! Oh, not again! Oh, that's it. I can't work in these conditions.
So, am I getting totemized or what?
I guess you're not. Okay, well, we've got a spell that we just got here.
That was fun. Useless, but fun.
Useless? Oh, I think it's cool. Okay, well. Let me bring that back up. Okay. There, okay. I should be reasonably well set up again. Things aren't quite arranged the way I want, but we'll be okay. Well, chat, where should we go next? The two places we haven't been yet are Hades and the monastery. I also need to make sure to get the Moss of Marilon.
It's Moss of Marilon. There doesn't seem to be very much of it, though. Beautiful. That's plenty.
Okay, we've got that. Don't have money for the letter opener. Hades? Okay.
Whew! That really clears the sinuses.
Okay. Oh, hey, I remember
Slim,
this from the
what you
Easter
reading?
egg.
How to hypnotize yourself. Guess it worked.
Method 4. Method 5. Okay.
Watch out. Old Scratch plays for high stakes. 500 Zork mids against eternal damnation. What I'm trying to say is maybe you ought to save.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, we remember that from the ad. Maybe I'll look at that in a minute. What's this book? Voyage of Captain Zahab. Drop of water and not a bit of food in the hold. A fortnight longer and my mind grew infirm. Like a mirage in the desert, I began to see islands where there were none. And where I swore I saw only horizon not a moment before, hills grew up out of the water right before my eyes. At first I thought it must have been all the rye I drank. I sent out a dinghy. Not an hour later, a roar rocked our craft, followed by a terrific crashing noise like a great granola mine had just collapsed. What vile menace inhabits this Isle of the Damned? Dismember 12th. We found the remains of the dinghy on a floating island along with one survivor. He had gone mad, raving incoherently about plugging the nostrils of some serpent beast. His last tearful words I record here so that I might share them with his loved ones. We tried to pull the coconut from his mouth, but he knew, and woe, for his wrath was mighty. Okay then.
Can you hear it? Thousands of voices lamenting some hideous fate. Or maybe it's just me.
Okay. There's a dock. There's the teleporter thing. There's a phone.
It's a direct line to the commissioner.
Thank you for calling the Hades Shuttle Service courtesy phone. Since the dawn of time, your choice for crossing over into the afterlife. To skip a message at any time, press 4. This service has recently undergone a retrofitting to ensure full ease of abuse, customer dissatisfaction, and user unfriendliness while inefficiently bringing you, the recently deceased, to your final destination. Before crossing, you'll need to answer a few simple questions using the touch-tone pad. Press 1 for the list of questions. To press 3, please press 7. To hear these options again, call back and listen to them again. To press 4, hit the pound key. To return to the main menu, you're already there. Press 8 to press 1. To wait on hold, stay on the line. To press 6, press 2. For a list of numbers, count to 10. To press 7, press 5. To hear the answers, press 6. To press 0, press the star key. To hear these options backwards, press 9. To press the star key, press 0. Press 3 if you really want to. For all other inquiries, please, blah, 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 blah.
It is actually possible to go through this puzzle a long way. I forget now where I was supposed to start.
Are you currently living?
I forget what meant yes or no.
Incorrect. Press 1 for the list of questions. To press 3, please press 7. To hear these options again, call back and listen to them
All right.
again.
For the list of answers, press 6, but to press 6, we need to press 2.
The answers are as follows. Press 1 for yes. Press 3 for rather stinky. Press 6 for no. Press 9 for a great deal of cheese. Or press the star key for what is all this? I just want to call the damn shuttle. Is that so much to ask? To return to the main menu, return to the main menu. Press 1 for the list of questions. To press 3, please press 7.
All right, chat. The easy way or the hard way? I bet you figured out what might be the easy way. We used it not long before. Easy? Okay.
Thank you for calling the hate. Press the star key for what is all this? I just want to call the damn shuttle. Is that so much to ask? You have correctly answered all the questions. Congratulations! A shuttle will be along shortly to transport you to Hades, where you will languidly spend the rest of eternity. Have a hell of a day.
Well, that makes 2 Zork games where we get to deal with a slightly scary ferryman.
Charon, the oarsman of the river Styx. Whew-hoo. I don't know how he manages to generate a stink, but he most certainly does.
Well, he seems to want payment, and we don't have any actual money yet. So I guess we're gonna have to win some money. All right, well, let's see how we do with this. In fact, I'm gonna check on this. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. All right. Well, it's entirely possible I might stumble into a death by accident, but here we go. Okay, that doesn't work. That's probably too easy. Not that way either. Scratch block on ticket. Your soul flies from your body as per the contract with Old Scratch. You've been damned for all of eternity. You pass the time by endlessly lamenting your hideous fate in a foreboding cackle. You also take up needlepoint. You have died. 213 out of 1,000. Rank of junior adventure. Okay, well, let's... There's an autosave now? Alright, GOG is making it easy on us. Let's try. Not that way either. Okay. Could be that way. Could also be this way. Maybe it goes all the way into the corner. Okay. There might be some logic to this. I've never bothered to figure it out if so. I go that way.
Cha-ching! 500 Zorkmids.
Alright. So the lottery ticket turns into a 500 Zorkmid bill. And we know where we can take that. However, we have not been to the monastery yet, so let's try that. So y'all got that death for free.
This place doesn't look safe.
It looks like a subway station. With a teleporter. A puddle. Yeah, Steppinthrax Monastery. That name is familiar if you've played Zork Nemesis.
Well, that's just great. How are we going to get up there?
Let's see. We don't have a rope anymore. So it doesn't look like there's much I can do with this at the moment.
Let's dematerialize, shall we?
Okay. Well, let's go back to G.U.E tech. Because we know there's a change machine there.
Let's dematerialize, shall we?
No, let's not. Let's go back into the university.
$500 Zorkmids. Let's just stuff those in a handy little sack, shall we?
Okay, so I'm not certain if we literally have only 500 Zorkmids, or if the game is just saying, alright, fine, you've got a bag of Zorkmids now, take as many as you need. Because we're only going to need about a half a dozen throughout the whole course of this adventure. But by giving us 500, we can be assured of having enough for anything we might try. So let's see. There's ice cream thingies. There's these snacks. There's drinks. Did we get anything to put the drink into? No, we'd have to put something here first. We don't really have anything like a cup that we can bring with us.
Look, an ice cream bar.
Ooh.
Hey, look, there's a special treat inside. Well, what do you know? Another scroll.
Well, that's useful.
The Obadil Scroll. Will not nusto for novelty purposes only. They're just saying that, though. Put it through a spell checker and it'll work like any other.
Can that I haven't emptied yet. We could try that. Is there anything in the other flavors? Oh. Yes, but it won't let me take them. Fine. Meanwhile...
I think some of these were here my freshman year.
We saw this one outside one of the lockers.
No! I hate it when that happens.
Now, if you were listening carefully, you might have heard over to the right the sound of a door opening. The locker's open.
That's Yannick's locker. That rat ant was my roommate here for 3 terms, before he became the pastor of disaster up in the above ground. He would have failed out first term if it weren't for me.
Okay, Cave's notes. Cave's notes.
Look at this. Cheat notes. Crib sheets. He may run the Empire, but he's not quite Mensa material.
Cave's notes by the enchanter Bizboz. Have decided that all of this incredibly weird stuff that I've discovered is quite possibly a future discipline of sorts. A profession in the making. Either that or a slightly nauseating dream I'm quite in the very middle of having. In any case, I've decided to name this weird stuff something like Weirdic. People who practice it shall be called Weirditions. Bizboz rambles on about weird guilds and weird wands for a long time after that until he notes the incredibly weird stuff he has discovered follows, for the most part, natural rules. He then categorizes it into 3 types IWS, which we shall henceforth call magic, since the name Weirdic was immediately dropped when the first persons who heard it reacted violently. The 3 broad categories of magic Bizboz outlines are high magic, middle magic, and deep magic. High magic is the magic of creation, middle magic is the magic of enlightenment, deep magic is the magic of transmutation. Of all 3, blah blah blah. A report card full of Fs. Better spell manufacturing. In under 10 minutes, blank spell parchment must be put through a 5-step imprinting process that varies for each spell. To imprint a spell scroll, place the blank parchment on the auto-imbued imprinting table that bears the name of the step you wish to accomplish. The actual imprinting will then take care of itself. Once that step is complete, collect the scroll and move to the next table until you have completed all 5 steps in the proper order to process your desired spell. The 6 possible imprints are broken into 2 types, light and dark. They are named as follows. Light, elucidation, interpretation, and modification. Dark is transmogrification, origination, and replication. In the 5-step imprinting process, light imprints cannot come immediately before or after other light imprints. Likewise, dark imprints cannot come immediately before or after other dark imprints. No imprint can ever be used more than once for each spell. Since there are more imprints than there are steps in the process, one imprint always remains unused. The replication and interpretation imprints are always used, and replication always precedes interpretation. Transmogrification always precedes elucidation. For the specific requirements of each spell, use the glossary. Or, you know.
Kindle.
Bebert. Origination. Modification. Replication, interpretation, and transmogrification. All right, I'll write that down. What's this?
A Prozork tablet. This stuff will mellow anything out. Animal, vegetable, or mineral.
Oh, really? Didn't I hear you saying something about a plant that needed a chill pill? So that's how we open the lockers. By buying snacks. Except this one. But it does look like someone's tried to pry it open already. I'm sure it's Resrob. Resrob! Not helpful. Okay, well, by popular demand, we could try giving ourselves an empty can.
Mead Light? What kind of a drink is that? It'd take at least twice what you've got there to do anything. Not that the wizards of this universe use or condone the use of alcohol or any mind-altering substance in any way, shape, or form.
Including chill pills? Unfortunately, we don't even have the empty can anymore. We can do this step, though. Not the bees.
Nothing like...
Alright, so... You the one who needed this chill pill?
It's a snapdragon. This thing needs to take a chill pill. Let those photosynthetic neuroses just ooze on out of you. This just doesn't seem fair. Effective maybe, but terribly unfair.
Alright, well now we have that for all the good it does us. So we still don't have a container for a beverage. We do have the means to obtain something that might react with the drink. So, I'm gonna snag this. Didn't actually come all the way out though, because vending machines are stuck like that. I seem to recall Dalboz reacting to that earlier. At least in another playthrough. How to win at Double Finucci. Oh man. How to win at Double Finucci. Down to this. Give yourself all the best cards and steal from your opponents all their best cards. Lie and say it's your turn even when it isn't. Complain about everything just to set the mood. Here's a favorite. Bring an enchanter friend with you who can cast a yeoman mind probe spell so that you can read your opponent's mind. If your opponent has no mind, have your friend cast a Nucho spell, banishing your opponent to another plane of existence and thus giving you the opportunity to switch cards before he returns and blah blah blah. The only way to win is not to play. Okay, well... can we try again to get this candy? It's not coming out of the spiral, but apparently we can attach something here.
Just where were you keeping that?
In my inventory, which works the same way as every video game inventory. It's fine.
Suck from Froboz's Electric. We don't make things that suck. We make things that suck permanently.
Let's examine these.
Aha, the ever-tasty Zork rocks. A clever marketing of dangerously unstable spell residue with red food coloring to appeal to the kiddies.
All right. Well, it seems like a juncture where someone might want to spend some channel points. Because we don't seem to be able to take any cola with us. But maybe we can just have it react with something. Oh, need to pay for it.
Warning, warning. Presence of cola beverage detected.
Let's find a safe home for this stuff, okay? These rocks are about to pop in a very big way, and I don't want to be next to them when they do.
So this is actually another reference to Zork Nemesis. There's a similar puzzle involving some explosives that you need to find a home
Warning,
for.
warning. Presence of cola beverage detected. This candy will self-destruct in 45 seconds.
I'm not sure what the time limit is like in Zork Nemesis, but they seem to give you a very...
Caution. Zork rocks have been corrupted. This candy will self-destruct in 30 seconds.
It's a very generous time limit. You almost have to be doing this deliberately. Or else just playing around with things without having the goal in sight.
Danger! Meltdown is imminent. This candy will self-destruct in 15 seconds.
Hit the floor! Ditch the candy! Clear the area! These suckers are gonna blow any second now!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wait with activated Zork rocks. The Zork rocks explode, as do you and everything else that isn't made of tempered Borfian steel. It's pretty painless, but you can't help thinking about the mess. You have died. 258 out of 1,000. All right, well. Very well, let's deal with this properly then. And click through my... Oh, no, gotta put that in place first. Plunk.
Warning, warning. Presence of cola beverage detected.
Let's find a safe home for this stuff, okay? These rocks are about to pop in a very big way, and I don't want to be next to them when they do. There you go. Crisis averted.
Warning,
now
warning.
we can just sit
Presence
here and
of cola
watch.
Beverage detected. This candy will self-destruct in 45 seconds.
Strange as it may seem.
Zork rocks have been corrupted. This candy will self-destruct in 30 seconds.
You would think that you might need to run away, but you actually do get to watch them explode, so we can just sit here.
Danger! Danger! Meltdown is imminent. This candy will self-destruct in 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I guess the lockers are made out of tempered morphine
Look,
steel.
This is my locker. That's my stuff. My books and my papers and my... Oh, I guess I should have washed those gym shorts.
How did the gym shorts survive? How did your report card survive? And this thing? What is this thing?
My student ID. Fortunately, I cast the turn embarrassing photo invisible spell on it.
I see. Well, we have an ID card. Maybe that means we can get in the door. Okay.
My lantern sense is tingling, warning me of danger. Oh, and your sword's glowing too.
Okay.
Get away from me, bridge, you cretin! Look at me, damn ya! I'm the six-armed invisible bridge guy! Nobody messes with the six-armed invisible bridge guy!
You want to kill the adventurer? Alright. Alright, save time. You save. Well, if we just attack him... Oh, look, the sword is glowing.
Blue glow. Sweet Yorick! Don't you know what it means when an elven sword glows blue? I don't know what it means in elven, but to us it means danger!
Alright, well that's cool.
Go ahead then! I could take you with 5 arms tied behind me back! Oh, you're asking for it! Take that! And that! And that! And that! And that! And that! Aha!
Alright, another broken subtitle. Go Bridge. The six-armed invisible guard chops, slices, and eventually purees you. In the end, what there is left of you couldn't be held in a sieve. Of course, by then you're long past caring. Score 266. Alright, let's mark that off. Sure I can see everything. There we go. Oh, there is one other funny thing we can try.
Yeah, Graham.
This is the spell that would turn purple things invisible.
Fat lot of good that'll do ya! How do you think I got to be the six-armed invisible bridge guy in the first place? Somebody already beat you to it, my friend.
That's beautiful. Love it. Alright, well, we can still use the sword. We just shouldn't use it on this guy. You see there's separate active spots for it. Let's try the bridge.
You gained 86 experience points and found a healing potion. Oops, wrong kind of dungeon master.
Of course, now there's no bridge. However, there is running water here. Now, actually, if we hadn't broken the flood control dam, there wouldn't be any running water here. But as noted in the history book, when the dam breaks, the university floods. So now there's water, and we can make a bridge over it.
I like your style. Splendid job.
Origination. Ah, a spell lab. Modification. Biebert scroll sheets. Oh, they're specific to the spell, huh? Look at this again. The Obadil scroll.
The Obadil scroll. Will not nusto for novelty purposes only. They're just saying that, though. Put it through a spell checker and it'll work like any other.
Okay. This would seem to be a spell checker.
The spell checker. You used to have to wait in line for hours to use this thing. I guess we can cut to the front of the line now.
Okay.
Spell named Odabil is Soggy. Drying spell. Drawing is complete.
The Obadil spell looks good as new.
Make caster more attractive to other creatures. Oh, alright. I need to make sure I can still see that. Okay, good. Alright. Well, we learned from the simplified instructions how to make B-Bird. So here's a spell sheet, and we needed to start with origination, which makes sense. Okay, that puts it into kind of a frame. Modification. Okay. Replication. Yes. Draws a thing. Interpretation. Booster. And then transmogrification. Okay. And now let's put it in the spell checker.
Spell named Bebert is not yet imbued. Imbuing spell. Imbuing is complete.
The Bebert spell gives the appearance of inclement weather. I use it for family reunions.
And this is the one we didn't use. Elucidation. Got some kind of number set up. Okay. Well, that was useful. Oh, is there a... Protected by the Froboz's Magic Company Purple Beast Alarm System. Yeah, used to be purple. Speaking of purple things that could be turned invisible... There was a purple umbrella flower over here.
Ah, the elusive umbrella tree. Aptly named for its umbrella-shaped blossoms.
Which I suppose will go ahead and turn invisible.
There's a spell in one of the blossoms.
And suppose we were to create the illusion of inclement weather.
Look, it's fall.
Zimdor, triplicate quantity of intoxicating beverages. Aha.
The Zimdor spell triplicates quantities of intoxicating libations. The Froboz's Magic Alcoholic Beverage Company had it regulated, so it can't be nustoed into your spellbook.
Out of curiosity, what happens if we try to spell check that? Kind of like the rolling pin scroll frame they've got it on.
Spell named Zimdor is undamaged. Zimdor spell can only be cast once.
Oh well. But at the Dungeon Master's lair... What convenient measuring marks?
Now you're talking. 36 gloops of mead light would be sot, the hardiest of the hardy.
Want some rye? Course you do.
Oh, poor Harry. He starts with just one drink. One drink, he says. What can one teensy little drink do? And then another. And then another. And before you know it, my house is sloshed on the front lawn. There. He'll sleep it off. Shall we?
Sure.
What do you think, huh? This place has some nice appointments. I've always thought it could use a conversation pit, though.
This is the Dungeon Master's house. All right. What's this?
It slices, it dices. Yes, folks, it's a combination mixer and houseplant all rolled into one. I call it the G.U.E processor.
Okay. A book. These enchanted critters enliven any garden with their colorful leaves and bulbous petal structure. Taming your snapdragon. Snapdragons are notoriously cranky. Faithful planter, do not be discouraged. Proper fertilizer or plant food supplements can calm even the most ferocious snapdragons. After separation from the mother plant, snapdragons are quite fond of jumping games. One of the most enjoyable for both plant and owner is the bell ringing maneuver created in a fit of neurotic slumber by the circus performers Dryal, Tam, and Terragram. See diagram. The snapdragon is placed comfortably on a maturely grown spring plant. You strike the spring plant with a suitable impact device and watch those snapdragons fly. You and your snapdragon, many owners of Reptilius floranus mythicus, have discovered the joy of playing fetch with their plants. The basic idea of the... Can't turn the page. Really, there was a mushroom plant outside. The bees are a little less annoying. And we can put something on here. We have a hammer. It's a springy mushroom. Like so many good video game mushrooms, but it could be springier. Brog. Let's try that. It has fetched something.
Perfecto. Now that's why people say plants are a man's best friend, or whatever they say. I don't know any people. Looks like a torn piece of scroll.
Okay. We only have half of it. We'll just take you back, why not? Alright, back in the house.
The walking castle. He sure has grown. I'm glad I started keeping him outside.
My goodness. Okay. Here's another
My voicemail.
telephone.
A message. Yes! Somebody remembered me. Oh, 100 years ago.
Okay.
Hello, this is Shona from Girth Publishing. We're finishing up the latest edition of Gluttonous Recipes of the Fat and Unemployed, and we seem to have some discrepancy over the specifications for your cocoa blend. First off, Flathead fudge is illegal contraband, not to mention a tad hard to come by, and we can't find anyone with the guts to go near a quillbee's nest. A bar of glazed hungus lard is just disgusting, and none of us can figure out what hot bugs are. And then there's this last thing, moss of Marilyn. You don't really expect someone to go scraping for moss, do you? Look, we appreciate your submission, but if we can't reproduce your recipe, we can't expect anyone else to.
She has no idea what she's missing. Actually, neither do I. What's she talking about?
Hi, my name is Doug, and I'm calling with a fantastic offer from the Froboz's Electric Publishing Company.
If you subscribe to both Obedience Monthly and Informer Reports today, you can qualify for...
Isn't that the fellow who used to do those Encyclopedia of Frobozga commercials?
Right. Hello. Yes. This is Snaffle of the Guild of Bakers. That's Snaffle, yes, 2 F's. I've relocated and I live in the throat, actually, of the great watch dragon of the coconut.
Oh, really?
One word, watch dragon. And there isn't normally a feather in my flat, except that my flatmate appears to have swallowed some sort of ship. Well, there's no accounting for your digestive processes, but it appears to have once been a ship. And that's what we get out here, mostly ships and the like. But that's neither here nor there.
These are all 100 years old. Any poor fellow living in a dragon has probably been digested by now.
Right. Sorry, it's me again. Snaffle. Well, we've discussed all that, right? Now, anyways, I'm a baker by trade, which should be fairly clear by my name, Snaffle of the Guild of... Right. Anyways, since the end of all this magic business, I've had a terrible difficult time staying in business. I brought this up at the Guild, we took a vote and all that, but nobody could help me, really. When a simple broth spell would fold the dough 83 times, I could make a profit. But now broth hardly works. And when it does, well, it usually folds the dough too often, and the butter melts, or it doesn't come out the right size, or this...
Hold on for an important method. Has a brew call ever changed your life? This one quite possibly can. Robot's Data Institute would like to offer you Dalboz of Earth, a free trial subscription to the Inquisition Cranial Enema program.
100 years of phone solicitor messages. There really should be a law.
Alright, well, we got a list of ingredients. That could be useful. Castle watching, a field guide. Kingdom, Quendoran. Region, Eastland's rural coastal. Class, Zork, Gothic. Something? Gender, indeterminate, single. Genus, biped fortified architecturalia. Species name, Hugh. Notes, Hugh seems very shy, almost nervous really. Won't let his drawbridge down for a moment, and his moat is looking a bit yellow. I'm beginning to doubt he can be domesticated at all. Okay. All spells, be they of great powers or small trifles, share 3 fabrics of origin. There is the runes and the old tongue spake of by the dragons and the griffins that make up high magic was the power of origination, of being, the power to create out of the great void. This power is greatest as it is not mortal, but of the immortal art. There is middle magic, the power to know what may be known, that opens what may be opened, that sees what may be seen. This is yet a great power, the power of the mind, but follows behind high magic, as the mind is mortal, but the heart is not. There is but one other power in the world, and it is the power of not the mind, not of the heart, but of the body, most mortal of all. The power of the body is the power of deep magic. And though it is a weak magic, the weakest of all magic, it is the favorite magic of man and beast, the magic of transmutation and change of the earth and the underground. Okay. We read the book. What's this? Fireflies?
Look at the way my little flying bugs light up. And they're hot. Can you feel it? It's like an oven in there. I call them hot bugs.
Oh, okay, that was part of the recipe. Lard?
Hungus lard. Sweet Yorick, is that stuff ripe? It mixes well, though. The right ingredients can drown out the stench.
Okay. He noted that the bees are sensitive to smells. Robot's magic all organic processor recipes. Cocos. Okay. He did mention a cocoa blend. What's this?
It's a chunk of fudge from the remains of Flathead Castle. Strictly contraband, but it's some darn good fudge.
Gone are the days of turning castles into fudge. But we still have the fudge. Okay, well, we have everything except the Quelbee honey. And we've already interacted with this thing fatally.
They'd sooner saw their wings off than let anyone get at their honey. Very delicate olfactory senses. Though I doubt that's helpful to you in any way.
Actually, it might be. If the hungus lard smells terrible.
They're not gonna like that.
And if we take this back, now that the bees are gone, now we have this honeycomb.
A rare and tasty Quelbee honeycomb.
Let's see if we can make this recipe. Flatheadia fudge.
Ah, the days when it was all as easy as saying tea, Earl Grey, hot.
The honeycomb.
This recipe, if I remember correctly, works almost like a potion.
Lard.
Cocoa, hot and rich and murky, like a fresh compost pile.
Hot bugs. Seems to just provide the heat for whatever's happening, and moss of Marilon. Let's see, was there anything else we needed for this? Oh, a drink container. Where was that when we wanted it earlier?
Oh, wow, talk about deja vu. The last time I got a whiff of this stuff, I was working on a new spell. It had to do with time tunnels. It's too dangerous to jump through them normally, but that's right. It let you send spirit essences through time. When they come out on the other end, they're back in their bodies. It's called Yastard.
Huh. Okay.
The cup's the best part, isn't it?
Even that doesn't give us a spare container. Okay, well that's useful. Oh.
My room. Oh, the nights I spent in this room. Warm, cozy, secure, alone, bored, miserable, waiting for hour after sluggish hour to tick by. I guess I don't miss this place all that much.
All right. Another half of scroll.
Looks like a torn piece of scroll.
Can we combine it?
Looks like a torn piece of scroll. This spell's name is Snavig. In order for the scroll to be valid, the letters really ought to be facing in the right direction.
Okay. February 3rd, Under Groundhog's Day. Uh-oh. Sweet Yorick, another Under Groundhog's Day came and went today, but what hope of a spring have I? Magic is still gone, and I remain the Dungeon Master, who will be remembered by history as he was master over nothing. Haven't practiced a moment of magic in over 80 years. My magic garden's been dead for 50 years. Were it not for that ill-timed long life spell, I should have died of boredom long ago. Damn spell, and damn that idiot Yannick and his damn Inquisition. How many hands of solitary single Finucci can a fellow be expected to play in a lifetime? Oracle 5, swallowed poison, tasted bitter but did nothing, except give me a terrible case of the trots. Damn spell. Mage 1, Mage Day. Plunged an elvish sword into my heart. Might as well have been a plunger. Got a bit of heartburn. Curse this long life spell. Augur 20. The most extraordinary thing happened today. I was working in the garden, hanging myself from a branch actually, with some sturdy rope which broke, blast that spell, and left me flat in the mud. Which is when I saw it. My eggplant cracked a yolk and began to sizzle, sunny side up. My snapdragon snapping, baby's breath hot in my face. My magic garden grows to life again, and I can feel my powers creeping back. The enchanters were right. Magic may yet return. I must speak with Yannick. Mumberber 14th, Curse Day. Damn Yannick won't return my letters. Tried to conjure myself into Foozle, but could only make one shoe disappear, and even then can't be certain where I disappeared it to. We'll have to go the old-fashioned way, by foot, with staff and lamp. One shoe at that. Hope Yannick is receptive to my warning. He always was thick. That's the end of the journal. Maybe we know how you got stuck in a lamp. Let's see. Which one of these was flipped around?
Looks like a torn piece of scroll.
They're both flipped. Can go into this mirror.
A secret mirror room where I brought lusty nymphs for trysts. I mean, where I would have brought them if I had known any.
I see. Our arrows are backwards. The journal's backwards. These backwards.
Looks like a torn piece of scroll. You've got both pieces of the spell, but you can't nusto it when it's all ripped up like that. You gotta run it through a spell checker.
Okay. So it's reassembled. Now will it still be okay if we exit the room? Yeah, looks fine.
You've got both pieces of the spell, but you can't nusto it when it's all ripped up like that. You gotta run it through a spell checker.
Before we do that, though, what can we do with this shy castle? Several things invisible. Make caster more attractive to other creatures.
Overdue.
Hello, castle.
Wow, I've never gone inside him before. This is pretty gross.
There's a scroll here. Activate time tunnels. Okay, that sounds useful. Some places here. There's a Zork-themed drain at the bottom. Okay. Let's see. Yes, we needed to go to the spell lab for the spell checker. There you go.
Spell named Snavig is torn. Repairing spell. Repair is complete.
Ah, Snavig. The trusty all-purpose shape-changer spell. Nice fix.
Okay. Now we haven't done everything that we can do in Hades yet. We were not able to pay Charon because we hadn't made change yet for our lottery winnings, but now we have coins, we can do that. Flat rate 2 Zork mids, credit 1 Zork mid. Can we check our current score? I'm not sure how to do that without dying, but that's easy enough.
Your sword's glowing blue! Let me try that again. Your sword's glowing blue!
All right, well, that looks familiar from the Easter eggs. Let's save here. Hades. And say hello.
666. Very cute.
Okay.
Let's cut the crap, okay? You got this spot. You know the drill. You're the adventurer. I'm your basic two-headed guardian of Hades type creature. You're looking for treasure, mana, crystals, red pages, blue pages, whatever. It's all the same, really. The point is, you want to get by. They always do. And we gotta kill you. We always do. There's a little banter, a little slang, chop, 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 yada, yada, yada. And then I gotta string your entrails all over the place and make a big mess. Do us both a favor. Beat it. That is before we change our minds.
That was a smooth transition. I'm not sure if just straight up violence will get us killed.
Don't even start with a Sparky.
Or will they just keep saying that?
Don't even start with a Sparky.
Try one more time.
Don't even start with a Sparky.
No, okay. We actually have to try. We have to actually fail at the puzzle properly.
Haven't you heard a word we've said? That Charon guy'll roll just about any moron across the river.
Okay. Well, we just got a new spell.
Navig. Now you look like us, which is an improvement, but you're still not getting by.
Oh, that's an interesting look. Interesting like Jojo the slime-faced boy is interesting.
Fascinating. What happens if we talk to him? Oh, he'll just take us back? Okay, fine. Okay, well. Alright, he demands payment to go across one way. That makes sense. We'll skip that. Well, suppose we try casting Snavig on you.
You've transmogrified yourself into his clone. If you're gonna do something, do it fast. You won't stay like this very long.
Okay.
Taking your lunch break early, huh? Don't forget to punch out.
Okay, save. Charon. It's a bunch of ID cards. Suppose we take the wrong one.
What are you doing? That's not your card. You're not Charon. Who are you?
Use wrong card on punch card machine. One of the beast's heads lunges towards you and bites your head off. At least this is what you assume he does. You are far too dead to know for certain. You have died. Your score is 369 out of a possible 1,000. This score gives you the rank of Enchanter. So, still fairly low, actually.
Taking your lunch break early, huh? Don't forget to punch out.
Oh, interesting. Alright, well, let's punch out as Charon then.
Hello! Brog like rocks. Rocks. Brog thinking about rocks. Brog thinking about rocks and how nice they are. Nice for his tummy.
That looks suspicious. What's this? Oh, totem.
Hi, my name's Dalboz. I'm the one in the lantern. The person who's carrying us around hasn't given us a name, so I just use AFGNCAAP. I find it fits he, she, or it pretty well.
Brog am Brog.
Uh-huh. I never would have figured that out. So how'd you end up in that totem, big guy?
Nice cave. Cave, good place to hide. Hello, buttons. Ooh, green is pretty. Brog finds a nice hiding place. No bad things will happen to him now. Bad guy squish Brog in thing. Brog thing now. Brog sitting here long time, being thing and thinking about rocks. Rocks.
Well, that didn't work too well for you, did it? Okay. Well, let's, see what we can do with this.
Oh my, that's a time tunnel. I don't do time tunnels.
You have spells that work on them. Such as Narwhal to activate time tunnels? Okay, well we can't go in there, but we could send someone else in there.
Yes, dude.
We could choose either one of these. I don't remember where this time tunnel goes. So let's just pick one. Let's go with Griff. We picked him up first. Aha!
Oh, what an attractive little archipelago. This is my idea of a vacation, a little fun, a little sun, and I don't have any money.
Now this is actually the only place in the game...
Can we get a few drinks around here?
I think it's the only place in the game where you can, in fact...
the kind with the little umbrellas?
You can, in fact, get yourself into an unwinnable state. And I don't know that that's intended. It might have just been an oversight. Let's see. Griff can fly, so we can fly around. I have counted the potential soft lock as an adventurer death, but it doesn't come with any kind of scripted ending because it's just a soft lock. Oh, look at that. Griff has his own inventory. Isn't that cute? We've got a couple inflatable thingies.
Well, that's an air pump. So, let's pump some air.
Maybe later. How did you manage to die and stay dead in that exact pose? Plugging the nostrils of some serpent beast?
It's a dragon?
Yeah, an actual dragon. Not this silly thing here.
Hello? Hello? What's going on up there?
Well, Snuffle's down there. Gold tooth?
Oh, come on! I mean, you gotta be a moron to perform an impromptu root canal on a sleeping dragon. It just isn't done. I mean,
now these time tunnels basically reset themselves if you leave. So if you mess up whatever's in them, as long as you can get back to the entrance, you'll be all right. However, as we go forward,
that would be a coconut. Oh yeah, the coconut of Gwendor. I was looking for that nut.
so if we take this,
Actually, since you're there, maybe you could help me out. I'm trying to make myself a pina colada down here and I'm running short on ingredients. So I need to run to the store to pick up a coconut. If I throw you a rope, could you tie it to one of the dragon's teeth so I could climb up?
That's a rope, all right. Thanks, mate.
that is
Hello
indeed
there?
a rope.
Hello? Did you get the rope? Hello?
Can I actually move forward?
That's odd.
Oh no, that's just looking back at the coconut, where the coconut used to be. Now, we could try to walk out with the coconut.
Well, I'm not gonna dwell on it, but that was stupid.
All right, well that doesn't work then. We can't leave
Hello,
with the coconut.
anybody? I don't mean to be a bother, but may I sister? Hello there? Hello? Did you get the rope?
We can leave without the
Hello?
coconut.
Oh, that's odd.
And let's try tying these two things together. And I'm gonna save one more time. Because this is a slightly delicate operation. Can I do this from... I think I might need to be
Hello
back
there?
inside for this.
Hello? Did you get the rope? Hello?
Mercy blows!
That's odd.
Hey, what goes up must come down. That's called nature.
And we did not have the coconut on us when we
All we had
left.
to do was tickle a freaking dragon, fly into his mouth, send the guy to his doom, and shoot an inflatable sea captain out of his nose. I wish everything in life was so simple. Come to Papa, you nut.
All right, well that gets us the coconut of Gwendor.
Hey, nice joint. Now let's just stick this thingamabob in that thingamajigger and tango on out of here, okay?
We just put it here.
Ta-da! Good work, kid.
Well, that's one time tunnel done then. Can we head out? Do I need to pay you something? Once beyond the gates, no one returns from Hades. Uh-oh. Maybe we just need to look like someone who hasn't been beyond the gates then.
Now you look like us, which is an improvement, but you're still not getting by.
Okay then. The vision effect is supposed to be there. I'm not sure if the doubled up music is supposed to be. Alright, well, that worked out well. There's a teleporter here. I believe there's another time tunnel back at Dungeon Master's lair. Not sure we actually saw it yet, but oh yeah, you
How'd
had
that
it
get
in there.
It's a time tunnel.
Ah, okay. Yes, now I remember. Okay, well, we can activate it. And sending Griff last time worked well enough. Let's try it again. Look at this.
Hey, that's the White House, isn't it? Ooh, wow. Before it was condemned.
Small mailbox.
Jeez, what if someone's in the house? I don't want to get caught. Oh, all right.
666 Hades proper. You can take it with you. We could send something there. Glorf. Okay, could send a spell to Hades.
Up.
Make sure it gets collected. Now, what's this?
Oh, sorry, pal. I can fly, I can complain, I can breathe fire. Okay, maybe I can't breathe fire, but I sure as Hades can't pull these boards off either.
Okay. So Griff's maybe not the right person for that aspect of this adventure.
Don't touch me. I don't need whatever you are, dragging me around with your clammy paws or claws or what kind of thing are you, anyways?
I am the great dragon of the Empire. Beware the flames of my wrath.
Ah, throw it out your tail.
Where are you taking me? What will we be doing? Does it involve extreme darkness, explicit danger, or untamed underground animal life?
Oh, jeez. I really hope not.
Alright, well, it sounds like there's maybe someone else we might want to send on this adventure. Suppose we were to send this guy Brog instead.
Hello? Hello up there? Why you never talk to Brog?
Brog couldn't send the letter because he's too short.
Board's hurting house. Leave house alone, Nails.
Well, that looks like a hintingly bad idea. Brog's inventory, like he's got a leopard skin. Okay.
I'm the bickering torch. At least that's what they call me anyways. I prefer to call myself a grande queso.
Can I take you?
Right, but I'm warning you. First sign of a grue and I'm doused, you hear me? Out like a light.
Seriously? Why the heck else would I need a torch? How about this
I'm
other
the
one?
flickering torch. I do flicker, and that's okay. I'm afraid of dark caves, and I've accepted that about myself.
Suppose we
I'm
take you.
hearing that you really enjoy rocks.
Brog eat rocks.
You know, Doc, sometimes a torch is just a freaking torch.
With a torch, there wouldn't be sight of a grue. That's true.
Was that a grue? Is this a dark cave? Did you hear one word I said to you? See ya, pal. I'm doused.
We're quite a team, aren't we, you and I? I wouldn't miss this for the world. As long as you're in this
The other
tank,
torch is okay, though.
I'll be burning right beside you every second of the way. Not a flicker in sight, my thick friend. Oh dear. Oh dear. I hope I'm not becoming codependent.
Grue breeding ground. You the same voice actor as Sneffel? We've got rocks. Just stick you in our inventory.
Rocks. Brog like rocks.
Brog eats the rocks, so we can't actually pick them up and use them for anything. Are these grue eggs?
Yuck. No eat egg. Brog like rocks. Yuck. Gooey grue egg.
Kind of like to throw something out there, but we can't use the rocks for that. This thing. We could try throwing a grue egg. But that
Brog
just breaks.
no dumb. That dumb.
Alright, well, let's take another egg then. That's the useless torch.
Brog like wood no talk much better. Brog not like eggs in a can. Brog not like them. Brog am. Yuck! Gooey grue egg.
Yeah, but it's hard boiled now. So let's see what we can do with it.
Egg go boom.
Huh. Even more effective than I thought.
Brog found skull. Now Brog need to get skull. Brog no good, but Brog try. Brog get it, just need time.
It's an impenetrable puzzle.
Brog no good, but Brog try.
Ultimately, this just not how Brog solve puzzle.
Brog much better at this game. Easy. Good puzzle. Smart Brog.
How'd the castle get here so fast?
Brog's friend. Brog find nice home for Skull. Go to sleep, little Skull.
All right, well, thanks to our time buddies, we have our first 2 artifacts. Meanwhile, back at the Inquisition. Ah, it's been a while.
Good evening, Grand Inquisitor.
They're rioting in the streets, you know. There's even talk of a magic rebellion. Those imbeciles. If only they knew how much I care.
You ever tried just talking to them?
Everything's so messed up. I mean, that's not even the worst of it. I just killed my college roommate. Or at least I thought I did, but apparently some idiot is carting him around the underground in a magic lamp. My men don't... If my men don't find him soon, they could ruin everything.
Come on now. Don't cry, Mr. Inquisitor.
Yannick, please.
Yannick, you think you've got it bad? I let the love of my life slip through my fingers over a stupid game of strip, brew, fire, and water.
Well, at least you had one.
Never even knew her name. Come on, I'm gonna be crying too. Look, I wasn't gonna say this, but if I tell you where you can find that idiot and the lamp guy, that make you feel any better?
Jack, would you?
2 words. Time tunnels. Didn't you ever see the Great Underground Adventure 3?
Time tunnels. Of course. Thank you, Jack.
Ah, forget it. Now, pull yourself together, man. This is embarrassing.
Of course.
Ah.
I'm sorry.
Now, come on. Where's that tyrannical madman? Huh? Do the face. Give me that mean face. Now, where were we?
Guards.
Yes, sir.
Bring in the Froboz's electric Hungus prod.
Hungus prod. Right, let's go.
You pathetic fool.
That's my guy. Hungus prod.
All right, well, things are escalating. Maybe they don't have the totemizer back on yet. But we sent a message to Hades. Let's go get it. Now, if this were a truly classic Zork-style adventure, the game probably wouldn't let us go past this guy a second time. He'd probably notice that we somehow got out of Hades. But this was made in a slightly more forgiving era. You can enjoy the ride. Okay, well.
You've got mail.
Do we now? We've got a letter.
Ah, an envelope. But how can we possibly open such a cleverly sealed device? Confound it.
Oh, well, I know where we can get a letter opener. Will you let us by? Or do we have to disguise ourselves again? Well, okay, temp workers can leave, but no one else. Oh, okay, that was the rest of the hint. So we're gonna have to disguise ourselves again.
Navig. Haven't you heard a word we've said? That Charon guy'll roll just about any moron across the river.
Okay, I had to be right up next to you to cue up the spell.
Now you look like us, which is an improvement, but you're still not getting by.
Also, two-headed dude is a temp worker? Okay. Okay. Map? Don't think there's a specific... I think we need to take the subway to get to the flood control dam. So we'll just do that, which we can do from any other subway station. Alright, we've got a coin. And now we have a letter opener.
Ah, an envelope. But how can we possibly open such a cleverly sealed device? Confound it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Glorf, untie knots. Thought that was for kneading dough. I guess they're sort of similar actions. Boy, it must be complete chaos if more than one person's ever riding this thing. Okay, so... there is one place I might want to untie a knot. And that is if we go back up here... there's a rope that we left here.
Oh, come on now. Look, we're safe down here. Even if you could make that climb, we'd be arrested in a matter of seconds. Lord.
So now we have our rope back. And at this point... maybe we can use it to get into the monastery. So if we just use the rope by itself...
It's got to catch somehow. Is there anything you could tie it to?
That's a rope. That's a rope.
Sure, we could tie it to the sword.
A sword on a noose. I like that. It's like soap on a rope, only a little tougher to market.
Very clever. I hope you can climb up there with all this junk you're carrying.
Sure.
See? We can do this whole adventure thing, you and I. And I've got a bad feeling about this.
Okay. So you might guess this is a very dangerous room. We even have our stuff back. I guess we could go back through there if we needed to. To Hall of Inquisition, to the surface of Mers, to Newark, New Jersey, to infinity, or straight to hell. That chooses a destination.
Don't you remember the signs from Port Foozle? It's that totemizer machine, and it's powered up again. They must have discovered an alternative power source, like building treadmills at the local orphanage.
So save? Yeah, we could do that, couldn't we?
Informative, yet deeply disturbing. Sorry I can't help. We never covered this in shop class.
Robot's Electric Totemizer. Step 1, Houndization. Step 2, Squishization. Step 3, Stampization. Step 4, Permasealization. Manipulation of dials is punishable by totemization unless you are already scheduled for totemization, in which case you will be moved to the front of the line. Registered trademark, Totemizer trademark of Froboz's Electric, Froboz's Electric patent number 59980. Squishing rests natural, unnatural, and supernatural inclinations from subject. Stamping achieves desirable Inquisition aesthetic, and permasealing ensures permanence of totemization. Okay. Permasealization.
You think those cranky Inquisition creeps want us to be doing this? You think that creepy crank with the big swirly mustache wants us to be doing this?
Can this be simplified? It doesn't look like we can interact with it.
Kindle.
No. Let's take another look around. What's this?
Permaseal. Another fine product from the Perma series.
Ah, Permaseal. Okay, so there's a light on here. And this, we turn it. Now that light's purple instead. Okay.
Hey, what you planning to do with that switch, huh? You're not thinking of pulling it, are you?
All right. Well, there's a bunch of stuff we can potentially do with this. What's this? Rezrov?
Rezrov.
Not locked in a way that we can Rezrov. All right, well. This is quite a menu of things that we could do. But one of the places we've been wanting to go is the Hall of Inquisition. At least that's what should be through those doors, because this is up at the monastery. There was talk earlier of a Perils of Magic exhibit, which was closed, but the totemizer is working correctly. We just tampered with the permaseal, which means totemization is not ensured to be permanent any longer. Which means I did not think to warn anyone about flashing lights. Those nozzles didn't do anything. Into the pie machine. Yeah, we almost look like we're in a pie plate, don't we? We look like the other totems.
You're sitting on my head.
9,942 bottles of meat on the wall. 9,900.
Non-permanent. Here we are. Can we open this now? Yes, we can. Okay. Which means we could do all that again if we wanted to.
942 bottles.
Who's
on the
singing?
wall.
Hello.
Thanks. When they left me behind in the bin, I thought I was going to be stuck here forever. Oh no. You guys are totems too.
Yeah, we all got squished. What did you do?
I was part of the resistance. You know, the magic underground. There's a whole movement in the streets.
Ugh. Well, somebody better clean it up. You can get a pretty stiff fine for that sort of thing.
Now that's a rule I can live by.
And to think your people once ruled the Empire. Arrest the Flathead.
Wait, it's not what you think.
Oh, really? What am I thinking?
Gee, it's hard to tell. There's so
She is
much
a flathead.
interference coming from your mustache. You're out of milk. And, your pants are chafing you. And you're going to totemize every magic creature in the Empire. And here I thought that oppressing the regular folks was enough of a full-time job. Busy, busy, busy.
For you, I'll make the time. Take her to the totemizer.
What, over a bit of paint?
Well, listen, it doesn't matter what you do, telepath. Your species, like all magic, has been declared extinct. Take her to the totemizer.
What, no rack? No gallows? What kind of loser Inquisition is this?
It's attitude like that that have made the House of Flathead what it is today. Fallen!
Okay. Closing the time tunnels.
The history of Zork was rarely a chronological study until the Inquisition officially sealed the ancient network of time tunnels that runs beneath the Empire. History in Zork now happens but once, and there are, as the Quentorian schoolchildren are known to say, no backsies.
That would seem to be an actual time tunnel. What does this do? Speed setting, that didn't work out too well. How about this hammer? Can't give you this hammer? Okay, fine. Can't do anything with that yet. What other perils of magic are you gonna tell us about?
Havoc struck Quendor when the Wizard of Frobos, the court magician of Lord Dimwit Flathead, accidentally transformed Dimwit's famed castle, Flatheadia, into a mountain of fudge. In one errant stroke of wayward magic, the wizard simultaneously destroyed both the skyline and the waistline of the House of Flathead.
Dear oh dear. That, of course, being a reference to past events in the series.
In 773 G.U.E., a local civil servant caused unspeakable devastation to the city of Marilon when he attempted to cast Zemdor, a spell that turns originals into triplicate, and accidentally cast Zimbor, a spell designed to turn one really big city into lots of tiny little ashes. He reportedly apologized to the city with the words, "Whoops, my bad."
Tisk, tisk, tisk. Yeah, that one's been referenced a few times. Oh, and this is just a reference to Zork Nemesis.
In the mid-10th century G.U.E., a group of rogue alchemists seeking the fifth element of the quintessence of immortality released a vengeful force known as the Nemesis. The Nemesis tormented innocents, and a great many less than innocents, when innocents could not be located, throughout the Eastlands.
Well, okay then. The Perils of Magic Grand Inquisition exhibit, Steppinthrax Monastery. Yep. Steppinthrax Monastery is it's cool that they worked in that location. Kind of nice that they were able to tie Zork Nemesis in a little more closely to the rest of the franchise through what they do here. ZTNT, excellent. And a bunch of code messages. Abandoned post, apprehend Goatfish for interrogation. Drop a large bomb here. All guards come immediately, shoot to kill. All guards take off early tonight. You deserve it, babies. Put all the citizens of Port Foozle into a large blender. Do the thing that causes the moon to fall apart and crash down. Sonic Adventure 2? Message center down, totemize whoever's responsible, or release the Memblat's death ray. So if we look at these carefully, drop a large bomb here is exactly... Let's see, drop a large bomb here. Just uses no circular symbols. All guards come immediately. Gets rid of this kind of wavy one. All guards take off early tonight. You deserve it, babies. Just removes the S curve. And these others are using single or no symbols. Some of those seem dangerous as well. I'm gonna call this ZTNT because it's too funny.
This looks like some kind of wacko communication device the guards here must use. Yannick sure do like his toys, don't he?
Okay. Which would mean that the only safe one to take is the squiggle, so that it will say all guards take off early tonight. All guards take off early tonight. You deserve it, babies.
I'd say the Inquisition has way too much time on its hands.
So we have a different hammer now.
It's a Froboz's electric telegraph type. Looks like a big hammer to me.
Somewhat larger end than our standard hammer. Let's see if this will work. Sure enough, it will.
Narwhal.
All right, well, let's send the person that we just picked up.
Yes, dude.
Sweet Yorick. God, does it feel great to get out and stretch. Look, it's Foozle, minus a whole lot of barbed wire and a few redcoats running around. I remember these good old days, when we were between Inquisitions.
Between Inquisitions, oh boy. Not a whole lot of exploration latitude, unless we want to go back through the time tunnel. Reconnection successful. Still live? I have the recording either way. Let me just double check. Yeah, we're all right. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's been a little cranky lately. I hope my simultaneous recording isn't to blame. Okay. Well, it should be back now. And it's ladies' night at what will someday be Antheria Jack's
Anybody home
house.
in there?
Hey! Oh, just your luck. It's ladies' night. Come on in and save me a dance.
I haven't danced in a long time.
Well, there's an ambient noise of people talking, but there aren't really people here. Now, Lucy, being telepathic, has this special cursor here.
I love the lovely ladies.
I'm beginning to sense this mission is fraught with peril.
We can tell what people are thinking.
I love to love the lovely ladies.
We get the point.
Yeah, let's leave you behind, dude. There's a fly.
Want some rye? Of course you do.
Let's see. What's this? Some kind of pachinko machine? What's this?
Sorry, lady. High rollers only.
High rollers only. All right. Well, I have to do something, I guess. Alpine's Quandary. Become a high roller. Something divided by something minus something equals something. 4. Oh, we've picked up all of these. She's got a purse for an inventory. Let's see. Divided by... two. Well, that doesn't help us much, does it? Four divided by 2 minus 3 would be -1, not 1. Let's see what happens if we... Well, we'll take all these back. Let's see. Ah, yes, okay. So, if we look at this for a while, we can see that mathematically there's just no way to make this work. Got to change one of these cards. This fly is being annoying. 4 card is now a 5 card. And the machine accepts it because it's just scanning for the number. Apparently it doesn't have any way to tell that the card's been tampered with, but if we divide 5 by 1, that's still 5. Let's subtract either of 2 or 3, and we get the other.
You got the egg.
Yeah? So what did I win?
Nothing. Hey, Floyd! Yeah, boss?
That's a familiar voice.
You won a very special privilege. You get to go into the back room and, play with the high rollers.
What do you mean?
Follow me.
Hi.
He's cute. Too cute. Something must be wrong with him.
I'm
Yeah,
Jack.
it kind of is.
You know. And there you, Jack. You probably remember me from my hit TV series, the Z-Team.
Bingo. What a conceited pig. Did I just say that out loud? Where I was expecting you to be a conceited pig.
Me? I think I said some chemistry. We're going to play a high-stakes game of grue, fire, water. Floyd? Tell her about the house rules.
Oh, yeah, there's rules. Yeah, they're real easy. Grue drinks water, water puts out fire, and fire scares Grue.
So what's the ante?
Floyd? Tell her about the ante.
Oh, yeah, there's an ante. You're wearing it.
Strip grue, fire, water.
That's right.
Unbelievable.
Floyd? You game?
Please, please, please be game.
Tell me something, Jack. Does this little game actually work with women?
You tell me.
I'm so pathetic.
Pathetic, but cute.
All right, so this scene maybe is not aging well, or we could say various things about it. This is another case where the game really makes it difficult for you to fail. You almost have to be trying.
I'll give it a try.
Great. But I have to warn you.
But you can
I
fail.
haven't lost the game yet.
It helps when you're telepathic.
Ah, fire. Nigh invulnerable.
So if he wants to play fire, we can just play water.
Beginner's luck.
Aren't you going to take the hat off?
Nah, that's trademark.
I thought the cigar was.
No, that's habit.
Come on, Grue. Good old Grue.
Nope.
Dramatic.
Yeah, everyone takes fire when they've just been beaten by it. I'll fake her out. I'll use water. No, I'll fake myself out and use fire. Yeah.
was impressive, actually.
I'm onto her now. She's trying to trick me into using fire again. Well, a little water action should douse her flame. Hey, that's pretty clever.
The hat! He did take off the hat. Oh, man.
Come on, Jack. Keep it together. Play it cool. Just reach over and pull out the fire.
You lose, Muffet. Ante up. Oh, what's the matter? Lost your nerve?
Oh, me? No, don't be ridiculous.
Yes, I totally lost my nerve.
You know, I do have something else.
Jack,
Oh.
that's the G.U.E Foundation. I've been looking everywhere for that.
Really? Don't you love it when a plan comes together?
You know, that whole in theory Jack thing kinda works. Coming from a guy in his underwear. Oh, what am I saying? What's happening?
And what are those footsteps approaching?
Well, that's my castle. I should go. Goodbye, Jack.
But I don't even know your name!
Nice boxers, dude.
Of all the lousy, stinking meat joints in Foozle, why'd she have to walk into mine?
All right, well, that's our
Wow,
third artifact.
Very sparkly. Not to mention anatomically correct. The whole place kind of says, I am magic, hear me roar.
I'm not going to dwell too much on what that means. All right, there's our third artifact. Uh-oh.
I admire your resourcefulness, nearly as much as I pity your ignorance.
Oh, they caught up with us.
Can't stop me. I'm the future.
And your history.
Throw history in jail, along with that other interloper. Now we'll see how the powerful magic rebellion comes to its pathetic end. Who's the magic now, baby?
That's it. We get to take off early today. Wardle's staying to make sure that Authority Jack guy doesn't get any smart ideas. But we're free to leave.
Oh, want to go to the Mesa to check out that Inquisition thing?
No, that sounds kind of boring.
Yeah, suppose I should go and water my plants anyways.
Yeah, good luck with that. I'll see you later.
Okay, see ya.
Bye-bye.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Oh.
Over here, in the vent.
Okay, so we've had most of our items confiscated, except the letter opener for some reason. Hello?
You? You know what they did to me because of you? You ever seen a hungus getting prod? But it ain't pretty.
You sold me out, dude.
Time tunnels? What are you talking about? Okay, so I told him about the time tunnels. Look, the guy was crying. I panicked. Oh, come on. Don't start. Not you two. He was gonna find you sooner or later. Here, blow your nose on this.
Oh, piece of paper. There are screws on this. Letter opener on screws? Oh, okay. Gotta go for the ones in the corners specifically. Our spell book's gone, so we can only cast this once. Lexdom, create lock and key. I'm gonna save this. Wait for totemization from this point, approximately 25 minutes. The totemizer, something high speed, something animation process. Totemization is not recommended for pregnant women and people, heart condition and or back problems. You may get something. You may get wet, probably. Have a nice day. Oh, we can take this poster. Okay. Okay. Ah. The key is on the far side. If we were to push the key through from this side, it would just fall onto the floor. So we should put that there first. Okay, we're out. Camera 4338. Okay. That's our cell. 4339. This is giving us a video feed of a few places. Jack's in 3105. Now this is actually a very tricky puzzle, plus you gotta read Comic Sans. And I'm gonna save again before doing anything with it. Because it's very easy to fail it by accident. So ours is 43, 38, and 39. We know that our cell and Jack's cell are connected by air ducts. And we have a control station with us. And we have 2 cameras. And he's in 3105. It's 4, 3. Now we need to be somewhere with a control station. We're somewhere with a control station and 2 cameras. This would qualify. So that would make this 4 over and 3 down, starting from this corner. If Jack was 3 over and 1 down by that logic, which one is connected to us with a duct? This would be the duct. Up this way. And he's got a camera. So 31 AB. Let's try that. Aha! That did it. Nice of the camera to track his progress. I guess it must be motion sensing.
Here's your stuff. Did you see me in there? And I did all my own stunts. Let's just say there's a new adventurer in town.
Hey, I solved that puzzle. I busted you out of there.
Wait a minute. I know that castle. It was there that day with her. Come on, we can go find her. The last place I saw her, long time ago. She got the shirt off my back and I didn't even get her name.
Okay.
My loyal Foozle, people of Foozle. Today, citizens, I give you the all-purpose remedy to your boring and mundane lives. I have in my hands the detonator that will blow the magic out from under us. 5,000 channels. A picture in picture in picture in a picture.
I am G.U.E, lost enchantress of the... We covered that, didn't we? Yeah, well, hurry up, people. You gotta save the underground.
Oh, okay, thanks. Because we were just gonna go home.
You're not hearing me. Will you take out that horrid Grand Inquisitor guy already?
Could you be a tad more specific?
Look, you have the 3 lost treasures of the high, middle, and deep magic. They have an order? What, do I have to spell it out for you? High magic. Hello? The radio tower is the highest point in Foozle. With this scroll, you can complete your quest. That's all I can tell you because, well, that's all I know.
You take the tower. I have an irrational fear of heights. Cut the cable, I'll send the G.I. your way.
Okay, then.
All right, we are back. We've got the 3 artifacts, and it looks like we're right where we need to be, too. Flathead Mesa.
That can cut through a can of tin platinum. One moment, and a tomato the next.
But will it twaddle turnips?
I received a patent application that profiled electric for an...
All right, well, what's this?
It's the
Michelle,
Booznik scroll.
hello.
It'll reverse the function of everything in your spellbook. Well, she must have given it to us for a reason.
We are right near the end of the game, but thank you for tuning in. It'll all be on YouTube if you want to catch up, and in fact, I will do some editing for YouTube because we had to do a bit of tech support in the middle of everything. But I'm going long because we don't have much left. How's it going? Let's see. Booznik. Reverse spells in spellbook. Well, let's give it a try. Boxer'd becomes Maxov, bind the energies of different magics. We can destroy a bridge. We can make a creature think we're ugly. Create the illusion of pleasant weather. Seal open doors shut. Complicate instructions. Deactivate time tunnels. Willfully avoid sending spirit through time. Turn invisible things purple. Cause vegetation to wilt. Make a conscious effort to stay out of other bodies. And tie stuff in knots. Okay. This is Zork Grand Inquisitor. It's an adventure game of the post-Mist era. You can enjoy the 1997 era graphics. And I'm going to save again. We're on Flathead Mesa.
Not only will you find yourself able to shun magic and those new sensations, in some cases, all sentient force.
This looks like a tent.
Careful. That tent is filled with the Grand Inquisitor's personal guard.
What's your favorite poem? I'm a real sucker for the romantics, I have to admit.
Oh, what kind of benefits package did
That's
the
an
Grand
open
Inquisitor
door.
promise you guys?
Pretty standard stock options package. 401k, profit sharing, and I won't be fully vested for another 3 months.
My broker told me that it's bad.
Sweet York, we're all gonna die! Oh, merciful heavens, is this the end? Try using the alarm clock on the door. Oh, that's never gonna work. Who's gonna water my plants? I can't breathe, the walls are closing in. Let us out, please! I hate adventurers. Oh my god, they killed Kenny!
Yeah, I had a nice overlay for the way I had it set up before. I was using... Oh, the Inquisitor's talking over me. Can I... Alright, let's make the Inquisitor shut up for a moment. I had this installed via the CD-ROMs, and I had this nice overlay and everything. And then the ScummVM program that was actually running it couldn't load one of the animations. And that basically brought everything to a halt. So I reinstalled it from the version you can get on GOG.com, which sends it into full screen like this, and I didn't want to fiddle around with it. So my shiny overlay is gone, but you get it full screen. But yeah, it's a 1997 game, so it conforms to the standards of the era.
That was easy. Too easy. Uh-oh, my lantern sense is tingling again.
Here's something else that looks dangerous. It also looks invisible. We can now turn invisible things purple.
Not bad, but it's still electrified.
There's a wire.
You are truly gifted, you know that?
Okay then. No longer electrified. We have our sword back. And here's the radio tower. We need our artifacts. Where's the castle? There it is. Yoink. We have the cube of foundation. Oh, I don't need the shovel. We have the coconut of Quendor. And we have the skull of Yorick. Thank you, castle. So the skull represents deep magic. We'll put it in
what
a
a
deep
handy
place.
little nook.
We'll head up here.
Hey, what's this big cube-shaped hole doing here?
It's like they really don't want you to get bogged down at the end.
The rest is easy. All you have to do is remember to take one of the little white pills every day and
All right, we're all the way up at the top here.
When you see something like this, you just have to wonder, was all this pre-designed by some cosmic higher power?
Oh, just the implementers. There we go. Oh.
Uh-oh, it's crooked. It needs to be counterbalanced. Wait, put my lantern in the other cup to straighten it out.
Okay.
Everything's in place. All it would take now to finish things would be the casting of one incredibly appropriate and heretofore unused spell.
Okay.
Shun magic and shun the appearance of magic. Shun everything and then shunning.
That's one of my favorite ones of his lines. All right, well.
Can't cast the spell. Too much interference. Yannick's babbling. Too loud. Shut him up.
Okay then.
Often, floss regularly, floss meaningfully, floss athletically, and above all, never forget who is the boss of you. Me. I am the boss of you. I am the boss of you.
Hey, look! On the tower! That ain't the cable guy.
Oh, he's on his way.
I don't think Jack was entirely clear on the plan. He just sent the Grand Inquisitor after us.
Alright, quick, cast the spell. Find the energies of different magics.
You did great! I'll drop you a line from the ethereal planes!
Don't talk. This is the part where we kiss.
Loyal subjects of the Empire, I hereby declare the underground open and magic free to all those who desire it. The Inquisition is no more!
Yeah, they did a good job with the test patterns there. That was pretty great. And the White House has been all restored and everything. Cast Maxov. With the artifacts in place, you cast the spell to bind the energies of magic. The resultant blast throws both you, your totems, and the Grand Inquisitor from the tower while sending a shockwave of magic across the land. Exposed to the burst of magic energies, the totems spring back to life. Fortunately, you are caught by the Griff, Lucy is caught by Jack, and the Brog's fall is broken by his head. The Grand Inquisitor is not so lucky. With magic returned and the Grand Inquisitor's tyranny ended, Lucy Flathead is declared the rightful heir to the throne. Her first act is to name you as Dalboz's successor, the 4th Dungeon Master of Zork. Her second act is to privately explain time travel to Jack. Congratulations, you have won! Your score is, only 921 out of a possible 1,000. This score gives you the rank of Uber Wizard. Yeah, we must have missed something optional. Or maybe there was some weirdness. I don't know. Maybe there was something optional to do that I skipped during the part that I had to speed run during the during getting things set up again. I don't know. But that's a win. Now, it doesn't send us straight into credits as most modern games would do, but we can queue them up ourselves. Yeah, usually if there's a few stray points, it's just because of some optional thing. The Goatfish used a different line when we caught him without having talked to him at all before. Maybe that was part of it too. I don't know. So clearly there's some price for relying on your prior knowledge if you should have it. But it wouldn't change the real end of the game at all. And we get to listen to the music while we watch the credits. So that's Zork Grand Inquisitor. Hope everyone enjoyed that. That's kind of been the experience I've been needing for the past little bit. That's cool that they have all these separate teams for the different sections of the game. Yeah, it was really cool seeing all the references. Because Return to Zork happens so far in the future relative to all the other games, including this one, there wasn't a whole lot to reference it. One of the totemizer deaths would have referred to it. But yeah, they got everything right in this game. They got the sense of humor right. They got the whimsical art style right. I mean, it's hard to say that there would be a correct art style for Zork just because so much of the series is text-based, but this feels right. Yeah, all the humor in the totemizer basically comes from the various ways that you fail it, and no one was ponying up for deaths at that point, so I skipped it. But every single one of those destinations, whether you land there permanently totemized or not, is a unique death. And at least one of them, I think just one, does reference Return to Zork. Quality assurance. Not sure they caught the word quality. It's interesting, the animation of this text and the font looks a little different in this version. But it was kind of nice at the end because if the text scrolls in too fast, you can't really read the entire last narration before the first part of it scrolls off screen. So that worked out for the best, I think. And I wouldn't be opposed to playing Zork Nemesis on the channel at some point. Not sure we'd get it all done in one session. I seem to remember it being a little longer. But maybe it just feels that way to me. I'd have to give it a test run and figure it out. But it definitely does not feel like Zork. It feels like a different game. You think they went a bit overboard with beating us over the head with clues? I think a lot of that... There was kind of a lot of that at the end. Maybe for no other reason than to make sure you didn't feel stuck at the end. There were some parts where I did get... where it was difficult for me to figure things out my first time through. The infinite corridor puzzle. It took me a while to figure that one out. And the bit with figuring out which cell block door to open, that one is legit tricky. And it's a death if you do it wrong. Yeah, the lamp was a bit verbose. There are some adventure games, especially some of the Telltale games, that give you a difficulty slider, basically. Because those tend to be played in third person, and the protagonist will voice their thoughts aloud, but only to the extent that you want them to. The easier you set your difficulty, the more they say and the more on the nose it is. And you can turn it all the way down to 0 if you want. And you can change it at any point during the game, so you could just turn it up a bit when you feel stuck, but leave it off the rest of the time. Pretty elegant way of doing it, I think. Featured on-screen players. Featured off-screen players. Michael McKean, yeah, the Dungeon Master. He was the lamp. He was in that episode of Star Trek Voyager. And it was so funny when I first saw that episode. Because it was definitely I know that voice. Where have I heard that voice? And I had to rack my brain for a while until I remembered, yes, Dalboz from this game. Looked him up on IMDb, and sure enough, game's listed there. Special thanks to Stan Freeberg. And this is good adventure game music too. That's another one of the things that Zork Nemesis does do well. Its soundtrack is really beautiful at times. And the FMV was pretty well done too. Separate catering credits for breakfast and lunch. It's always fun to see all the different roles way down in the credits. Snapdragon and Grue vocals. I-76 music in Hades. Oh, that must have been the groovy music. Stock footage courtesy the WPA Film Library. That would have been the propaganda on parade segment at the beginning. And chronologue creation. Interesting trivia. This game, as originally shipped, does come with a multiplayer mode. I don't know how you could make it work currently, but it had an option to allow a second player. Okay, now the credits are looping. We'll just hear the music. But the second player would basically get a second cursor that they could just move on the screen to wherever they wanted you to take a look at. So, kind of a very early way of having a remote chat tune in, I guess. But that's the end of the credits. And that's the end of the game. So, let's get us to the outro screen and get everything properly closed out here. And let's see who's around to raid. Thank you all for joining me and for tuning in to an old favorite. Hope that was the story that you needed as much as I did. It's fun to take down the Inquisition sometimes, you know? Okay, let's see. Well, you know what? Let's keep going with 1990s era humor. Let's go raid the Mystery Science Theater 3000 channel. And I will see you all next week for Slipstream during the week and probably back to 2 Point Museum on Sunday. We'll get back into that. Nice to have this as a one-shot, but then we'll kind of be back to more of our regular thing. So I will see you then for that. The Satisfactory final factory tour and other things will go on YouTube as I have time to prepare them. Keep on throwing channel points at that challenge if you want to see more than just a guided tour, kind of similar to the one that I did for the Early Access Factory. And Zork Grand Inquisitor will take a little bit of editing because of all the stuff that happened, but that should be up on YouTube soon. So thank you all again. Thank you for joining me. See you next time. Have a great week.